Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Got ourselves one more stream before we gotta do all the Adepticon stuff. We are gonna do this bust with these colors right here. So kind of standard skinny tones right there. Nothing super fancy. That's actually from a tutorial vid that I did not too long ago on the Patreon page. We're gonna try and do a little something like that here. Again, keeping things simple, keeping things as easy as possible. This is one of those FDM style prints too. You can see it right here. See all those little nifty lines there? That's a Nerickson plinth with this on it because this thing right here, obviously that would be a little bit more difficult to print on a FDM type thing. Now the size is not that much bigger, but the key thing is that I think I had to print out a half a dozen of these things, and it took way less time, and it's certainly the cost, because this is solid right here. That's all solid resin. Also, too, this thing, that's a plastic base I had to glue that on. Otherwise, it just keeps falling over all the time. So this kind of helps it not fall over. Made this in the slicer. I get this thing, I'm just going to put it over here. Just gonna put it over there. Now I'm gonna get this ball rolling here. Now I think instead of doing the usual dry brushy stuff and then glaze over the top, let's just get right into some of the. Oh, this is, by the way, Naples yellow. Where the heck is it? Kind of a brilliant yellow pale. Now it's not really a substitute for that under normal circumstances, but where we're talking about doing skin tones and such, different story. Little difference. It actually kind of works out pretty darn well with our two little rusty type colors here. So Mars red, Indian red, Terra Rosa, Venetian red, those tend to work pretty well for skin tones, and especially with this right here. So yeah, that's kind of a new discovery. I was again all those gambling colors. One of them I think was Naples yellow, so I actually got a chance to really see it, see what it could do. And I said, you know what, this ain't nothing. And then I saw it in the Alkids, so I thought, yep, let's get that. Let's get that. See what it can do. Now I know there's a Paul Rubens color, Nurgle Matthew, that kind of is like a Naples yellow, not quite the same thing. So great to see you one more time, Nurgle Matthew. Thanks for joining here. Sorry that I won't be able to do the usual. I almost said Thursday, Friday, Saturday, but I'm thinking Gen Con there. Hey there, Ryan. Oh, geez, Ryan, I got a whole bunch of AI vids I got to send you. Sorry about that, Ryan. Jeez Louise. I meant to send you a whole bunch of those. I think I've been able, I don't know if it's necessarily more breakthroughs, but it really learning how to combine GPT and Skynet together. So yeah, I'll try to get you those before I have to take off, Ryan. But it might have to be afterwards. Sorry about that. So yeah, Ryan, it's well, technically, I guess you could say. I mean, this really is just Terra Rosa right here. I mean, it's Pigment Red 101, so it is, for all intents and purposes, the Alkyd version of Naples Yellow and the Terra Rosa. Well, actually, right now it is. Nope, that ain't it. It's basically Indian red, and that would be this. Is it this one here? Is it the red? Oh, it's this one here. It's this one. Yeah, red ochre. I mean, pigment red 101, right? Right. We are all pigment red 101. We are all pigment red 101. Because that's how we roll here, right, Nurgle Matthew? So Nurgle Matthew, great to see you. Ryan, wait a little bit before you post something in the chat, because there's only just a few of us here. We want to make sure that folks get to see all of your nifty stuff. Now here, uh, quinacridone, magenta, a little bit of the red. Just gonna start to work in. Oh, let me get my reference up here. What do we make all that stuff for if we ain't gonna get the references up here? So how's about we do that. 1 second. I'm just going to take a few little clicks to the mouse. See here. Oh, geez, that's right. It got displaced by all the other stuff that I put in after. Okay, there we go. So we got ourselves a reference now. So Ryan, believe it or not, the only reason I did that is because I have to do a demo on this tomorrow. Well, either tomorrow or Saturday. And I figured that there's not going to be quite the time for that. Also, too, they're so new to it. They've literally never worked with the oils before. So I'm trying to come up with an even, shall we say, a less mischievous way there, Ryan? Like as easy as possible. So Ryan, generally, I'll take actually something like the Indian Red, maybe with a little of maybe some of the asphaltum or something like that, and I'll actually kind of do almost a little bit of a kind of lighter dry brush, and then do that as a glaze over the top of it. Now, where's my? Fine, I'll just grab you. Now here we can. This is a little bit different here. Come on. Okay, that's good. Not sure why that's all puffy and crispy. Well, we're just gonna have to ditch you off to the side then, as you are choosing to be useless. So we'll just grab a different brush and we'll do something different. Here we got Van Dyke Brown. Yeah, I'll roll with some of that. Van Dyke Brown plus some of our violet there. Our not radiant violet. I almost forgot that this is like leaves or whatever and not part of the hair. Maybe I'll have to do one of these like as fall foliage or something. I mean, it is, let's see. I don't know. That could work. Could work. Who knows? Whatevs. In here. Yeah, whatever. Oh, yeah, hair down here too. Let's have a little something in there. Maybe a bit more of the Van Dyke Brown. And, oh, look at this. We got that chromium green here, or whatever. Chromium oxide green-ish, whatevers. We'll do that here. So it's going to be like a little bit of each. They are going to get a little bit of the lighter dry brush slash sort of glazy experience, but I figured if it's just mostly on the hair and the leafy bits here, that would be easier for folks, again, that are kind of new to this here. Also trying to keep the colors to an absolute minimum. Because, again, these folks, I know two of them have never, ever, ever touched oil paints in their lives. So, we're trying to keep things as easy as possible. And let me see. So now it's 10:44. So in about 12 hours, Armored Wolf will be it's going to be at the door. So yeah, that's what's on tap. And of course, I really couldn't pack everything before then because I kind of need it for now. Right, Nurko Matthew, I mean, it's easier to stream oil painting when you have oil paints and brushes. I mean, I know we can do a lot of magical things here, right, Nurko Matthew, but that is one magic trick I have not achieved. I can saw miniatures in half, Nurko Matthew. Yeah, I can do that. I can saw miniatures in half. I can even combine miniatures with plinths. It's like magic, right, Nurgle Matthew? So what are we at here? So we're at 9 minutes in. Well, that's the other thing, too, is, again, we can't be doing this for 12 hours. Whenever, again, we'd only get a chance, most likely Saturday or Sunday. I doubt that tomorrow would be much of it. There's going to be too much chaos going on tomorrow. Now, so Nurgle Matthew, like I was telling Ryan, I have made, I was able to make a bunch of different, well, first AI images and then animate those. I think again, it's complex, trying to figure out what the AI wants, because how that thinks is not how we think, like at all. It's not even close. So Indian yellow, we got radiant green, we got lighter stuff happening on these leaves here. And again, just keeping it very simple with the dry brushes here. Super simple. Maybe go a little lighter than this. Maybe go a little lighter than this. Some of that, some of that. You notice how many times we've cleaned the brush here? Oh, none. Yeah, haven't done any cleaning of the brush yet. That's gonna freak him out. That is gonna freak them out. What do we got going on here? A little more. All right, so we've got our light. Actually, you know what? That's right. I was going to try and take a few little images here. I'm going to get this thing out of the way then if I'm doing that. Just a few little. Here, let me do this. Something like this here. No, I'm going to go that way with it. And of course it wants to focus on other things and not this. All right, let's go a little lighter now. Let's get ourselves a little bit lighter here. I'm going to get some of this paint out of this here brush. Okay. Now we're going to cycle back around to the figure here, the skin tones. All right, a little bit of the green, a little bit of the, yes, the magenta. More of the magenta. I mean, the eyes are pretty much, well, closed. Thought that might be another thing that would make it a little easier for him, too, if they don't actually have to even worry about, well, eyes. Time for some dorks in here. Whatevers, and you notice it's not really so much of the glaziness. It's really more, again, of a dry brush, at least in this area here. Just again, I think it's going to be easier for them to contemplate this. Plus, it'll actually let them get to do a little bit of the, well, like this, wet blending here. Little bit of the wet blending is going to happen there. Again, just kind of a beat up old sort of craft brush here. Very, very quick, moving fast. No stopping, no slowing down. Alright, so we got ourselves some darker stuff going on there. Here, let me get these things out of the way. Now, I did not get a chance to film the video on the gym, but I think... Oh, I put the new army painting series up. That's right. This one will probably be the next video, I think, going up on the Patreon page. It might actually be going up before I head out to tomorrow. Well, later today. No, it is tomorrow, actually. Geez, I forgot. We actually started the stream a little bit earlier here. That's all right. We actually started a bit earlier. So I'm going to grab me some of this. That's some of our coal black, some of the Van Dyke brown. Thinner. Doing the thinner thing. Now we're going to try to do a little bit of sorta-ish pin line wash. Gonna grab me some of the thinner there. Trying to use some of these natural stopping places. Again, hydrodynamics of the oil is way different than, say, water. Now, I can only touch that so much. If I start touching that with the brush too much, it's all just going to turn into a, well, a mess. A big old mess. That's what it's going to do. Now, sometimes we actually want it to be mixing together. That's the handy thing right about the oil. Like over here, don't mind if it mixes a little bit there. That's more of a shadow area anyway. Gonna be darker. Now I'm just gonna take me some thinner. I'm just gonna haul that right over that light area. Down into here. Get back to some darker stuffs. Like you do. There. Get down in here. This can't be super glazy in here. Just thin enough to flow okay, but not too glazy. Otherwise, they're just going to get all over there. And I also don't care if it mixes a little bit. Oh, this is the Ebony Flesh primer, by the way, there, Ryan. So, Ryan, I'm also... I got a call from Ken today about Gen Con. So I guess Wednesday morning, and I'm sure it's going to be some, whatever o'clock, like 6 o'clock in the morning or something on Wednesday, something crazy. Can't believe it is that time already, Ryan. Now, Ryan, given the fact that you're doing the other thing now, does that mean that Adepticon is more possible for next year? Because it was, well, pretty much impossible with the other situation. I mean, when it is a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour thing, you're not going anywhere. So here it's, again, not quite as, you can see it's not a pin line wash there. Otherwise, it'd be going all over the place. I mean, that would be absolutely everywhere. And now we're also going to have to just kind of say, all right, gotta leave that go. Can't fool around with that anymore. Let's do some stuff with greens. I will take this. You know what? I really would like to have the Perline black out there. Let me. Well, okay, fine. We'll just. Let's just. Oh, sap green. That's right. We got sap green. Ryan, I think that they moved Little Wars. guess it's in Lake Geneva or something like that. That was, well, there was a few reasons why I couldn't go there this year, but yeah, it's now it's in Lake Geneva or something like that. I'm not sure if that's a permanent thing. So yeah, it's in a different place again. I don't know if that's where it's always gonna be from now on. Now again, this is more of a pinline wash, but glad you're gonna get that chance to hit Adepticon. Now Ryan, it is so unbelievably gigantic. I mean, it is definitely 5 times the size of, well, what we were used to. Now, I'm not sure there will. I'm sure there's going. Well, there's always changes, right, Ryan? But I'm sure there will be changes to it, even just from last year. Well, that's one of the things that we're probably going to be. We're doing the Adepticon meeting this week, and there's going to be a lot of discussion about things that maybe didn't go according to plan, shall we say? Right, Sectrix, because nothing goes according to plan. Sectrix, I see that the AI has made some changes in its policy that make things, well, less useful. That's for sure. And I actually canceled the Venice thing. Yeah, it was so frustrating and so terrible. I just canceled it. I'm like, now what's nice is I can use it for the few more days before it's whatever. But yeah, I just canceled that because that was so useless. So yeah, that is a gone goose right now. Not doing that anymore. That is the most useless. Woof. Then when it started doing the I can't do that, Dave, I'm like, okay, that was the one thing that you were supposed to be for, and now you're saying you can't do that. It's like, okay, you get canceled then. So I do not recommend Venice AI at all. It is quite useless. I mean, just regular GPT is better. Actually, Copilot has gotten really weird too. I don't know if you've noticed, shall we say, a change in the force when it comes to some of our stuff there. I still got to learn Meshi. I still have to make some STL files. Now here, remember we were talking about letting it mix? We are letting it mix right here. That is a place where I want it to mix. Not so much down here in the shadows, but up here you can see I let that actually mix together. So yeah, Nurgle Matthew, I wish I could show you some of the. Oh, geez, Sectrix, I think I sent you maybe a couple of the things that I made. I'll have to send you those too. But it kind of takes, again, right now it's sort of a combo platter of Sky Reels and GPT. Most other, I tried using OpenAI or something like that. That was terrible. I've been trying to figure out Midjourney. There are no decent tutorials for that. Plus, you basically have to sign up to use it. There is no even like a slight tiny free trial whatsoever. So again, letting that stuff mix together there. Yeah, so Sectrix again, sorry that I didn't get you those pictures and vids. I'll try to get you those. It might have to wait till after I get back from the Adepticon thing. So again, we're just using, here again, we don't mind if that, at least in that area, mixes together a little bit. So you can see that the hair, there's a few places in the hair that are already getting less shiny. So yeah, Nergal Matthew, again, that combination of the GPT and the Sky Reels, that's been working out well for things like the vids and the little clips that I'm using for the Army Showcase vids. So again, that's just the sap green, some of the coal black there. I'm just going to shove that down in there. That's going, now that's going to get a little bit thinner going in there. Not too much though. Remember, not too much. And then where it gets lighter, I'm going to start letting that mix and do stuff here. Now the interesting thing is that Sky Reels is absolutely terrible when it comes to its image generation, which is hilarious. I mean, it is on a scale of 1 to 10, I give the Sky Reels image generation a -75, which is hilarious because it does pretty shockingly well on the music, especially for 200-letter character prompts. Now again, look at this, look at this. See that? See how we're actually letting the lighter stuff mix there with our glaze. That is crucial. That's very important right there. We shall do a similar thing like this. Is there... yep, I thought so. I thought there was another little area here that's got a whole bunch of nothing going on. Sap green. There's a little bit of the black in there. More. Come on, there we go. Do we have almost all of that with something on it? No. Too much thinner. Too much thinner. Less thinner. Some of that here. Ooh, too much of the coal black. Let's retreat a smidge from that. And something there. Something there. Back to some of the darker green over here. Yeah, like that. And then we step away from that. Let us move on. Let's move on to some lighter skinny tones here. I'm going to also zoom in. I think I got one zoom here. Yes, I do. All right, there's our zoom. All right, let's get some of the Naples yellow. And now with the Terra Rosa, so that's Naples yellow, that's the Terra Rosa. Kind of creating ourselves a semi-filbert brush here. And look at this, we're doing essentially a little bit of dry brushy stuff there. Like you do. So Citrix, yeah, I'll be joining you on the no sleep train for probably the next 2 weeks at least. No sleep in Wampoville. Probably will be starting out Gen Con on an all-nighter. Because, what convention doesn't begin and all that? Most of you, for regular folks, it's like that at the convention is when they maybe do the all-nighters or playing games or something all night. Look at that. Look at that. See, nice and It's already blending together there. Look at that, nice and easy. Again, just the Naples yellow, just a little bit of the Terra Rosa. A little bit on the chinny there. Let's get some stuffs up here. Yeah, it's like a teensy, soft, tiny little Filbert brush. There you go. And then over here, just again, blammo, whatevers. Remember, this is an FDM style print here. Oh, by the way, we've been doing this for 30 minutes, in case anybody was wondering. And how much thinner is in the paint here besides none? There is no thinner. There is no thinner in the paint. No thinner. Just doing this dry brushy stuff here. Sectorix. Wow, it's been a long time because the last time this miniature was resin was, I think it was sometime in April of 2024. Yeah, right. So that's kind of like, yeah, actually, that tracks with me too, Sectrix. That's about the last time I pretty much slept. I think Ryan can confirm that too. Here, I'm gonna refresh a little. I'm gonna refresh a little bit. So again, how's about the picture time? Let's not forget that I've been trying to do that for these guys here. I don't even know if it's really gonna work. We'll just do that. Actually, you know what? I'll do it like this. That's the smarter way to go. Naples yellow, no white. Actually, I just did a video series on the Patreon page of basically painting with no white, because there was no white on the palette at all. Painted one of those crazy Zygomores. And there was, again, zero, count it, zero white anywhere on the palette. Naples yellow, ironically enough. Now, that was the regular oil paint version. That was not this Alkyd version, by the way. Oh, let me just grab something to do a... Fine, we'll use you as a blending brush. Whatevers. Look at that. Some of the green just worked its way into there. That wasn't intentional. It just kind of did. So we're just going to mix it in there anyways. Because we don't care. No big deal. Now I am going to get some of the paint out of that brush. I don't want too much paint piling up in there. I'm actually going to grab a little bit of my... Come on, a little more of that. Windsor red / Naphtho red / Fanchon red. It's all the different reds. It's all comboed into one pretty much. Come on, get down in there. Yeah. Do that too. Got to be thinking about where shadow's gonna be dropping in this area here from the face there. Still waiting on the hair to not have the shinies on it. And going to get into a little bit of a little bit of the orange and then a touch of that red. This is about the last I can do as far as playing around with the skin tones for a while. I have to move in again to other areas. Other areas here. Giving that a chance to set. Yeah. Cheekies up there. Doing this. Again, so you can see how the value patterns are starting to shake out here. I mean, nothing complicated. Pretty standard as far as where we want our lights are going, where our darks are going to be going. Some of that over here. Yeah, it's a little darker than we wanted. Again, this is an FDM print, and it's not really gigantic either, right? Not well, not like this. That one was huge. Again, here's another one of our FDM prints right there. So I think we're going to do this tiny little bit more here, and then I think we can actually move on to the hair now. I'm starting to see less and less and less of the shiny on the hair, which means it's go time on the hair. Where's my little bit of Vandyke brown there? Maybe a little bit less of the dry brush here. So I'm kind of starting to find some of our lights there. You can see that paint is certainly mixing. Okay. Over here. Again, working fast. Wait, 38 minutes in. "38 minutes ago, this was just ebony flesh primer, and that is it." Thanks, Nurgle Matthew. So Ryan, actually Ryan, if you wanted to post some stuff in the chat, there's more folks. There's more folks now. Actually, and of course, Sector X, if there is something that you wanted to share, whatever, in the chat, please go ahead. Same thing, Nurgle Matthew. If there's something you wanted to share, please go ahead. Now up here, it's still you can see all the shininess there, so we can't do a whole bunch up there. And you can see it definitely mixes, so we refresh that brush. Again, thin over thick, vice versa, all that kind of stuff. Now we got to get some of this green in some of the shadow areas also too. I mean, the leaf is right by there, so there we got to get some measure of greens in here. We are taking that, again, that chromium green or chromium oxide green, whatever, letting it mix with our skin tone. Then we do this. Now we're going to get ourselves a little bit of that over here. Maybe a little bit of that onto the neck. Yeah, whoops. We'll just get rid of that. That wasn't supposed to be there. Now the greens, I guess on the top areas I can maybe do a little something here because those have set more here. Wait a minute, look at that. There we go. Some of the ochre. Same Naples yellow, radiant green. And well, look at that. Doing a little bit of dry brushy. Look at that. Just it all mixes. Ask not what you can do for the oils, but what the oils can do for you. Which is a bunch because, again, with all this wet blending stuff and make it really easy to get a bunch of complex colors, color mixes together because it's doing all that work. You're not mixing anything on the, well, you mix maybe a little bit on the palette, but most of it, again, it's going to happen on here. Saves a bunch of time, saves a bunch of hassle. I mean, look at this. Again, how many times have you seen me cleaning the brush since we well, made this little color, and how many times have you seen me mix a different color in the process of getting some lights on these leaves? Besides, well, none. No times. A little lighter there. Now this stuff up here, I think that's because we got to it a little bit. Yeah, we did that afterwards. It's not as set, but look, you can see how that's mixing. Look at that. It's all mixing together there. Everybody check out the typhus there on Insta that Sector X posted, and please check out the fabulous oil painting that Ryan has done. So Ryan's done a lot of stuff with the oil paints. So please go check out what Ryan was doing there. Again, what are we at here? So 43 minutes ago. No paint on this. No paint whatsoever. That's fantastic, Drex. Well, Drex, if you'd like to post something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Well, congratulations on everything there, Drex. I mean, getting to play the game, but then getting to kind of blow somebody's mind, right, Drex? So again, everybody please check out the Insta links there that Sector X and that Ryan posted. So Sector X, I'm glad that you still are able to. Hopefully that is a little bit of relaxation there, Sector X. Right, and amongst all of the craziness and everything else. I really do hope that's kind of like one little island of sanity. Now here, see that? That's relatively set. Look at it. I'm just going to go in there. Boom. Now look at that. Did I not say it's going to be mixing with what is on there? And it sure did. Ooh, I will do a quick little picture. Hey there, Camda. Nice to see you. Actually, Camda, if you wanted to share some of your Insta links there to some of your oil painted stuff, please go ahead. So again, we're just trying to work in a little bit of this light here. Actually, I'm going to go maybe even more towards the radiant, or the not radiant green, I guess I should say. to make some of this even lighter straight away. Everybody check out that Insta link there that Camda just posted. So yeah, Camda, that's all for the Dark Queen Schmaladriel army here. And well, and then of course some of the other stuff. There's the stuff for the Easterlings. And that was again, that took a combination of image creation and then videos based on the images. That really turns grayish very quickly. Like here, because there's more of the coal black in there, that turns a bit more of a grayish green, which is fine if it's in the shadows after all. We don't want it to be also too, I don't want that to be too light either, that green, because it's going right up against, well, the skin tone. Radiant green plus some this here. Going lighter. Over here, sure, whatever. What do we got? This. We have this. So now that's got, so you have a little bit more of a bluish tinge to it, for lack of a better term. Alright, get that stuff out of here. So thanks, Cam, to appreciate that. We are 47 minutes in. 47 minutes ago, there was no paint on this at all. None whatsoever. I guess you could say it's almost a little bit of a experimente with the Naples yellow, I guess. I mean, it's sort of a little bit of an experiment, not a big deal. Start working some even lighter stuff here on the forehead. Just again, a beat up crap. Well, I mean, these were supposed to be kind of the nicer ones. They didn't last very long. They lasted a shockingly short period of time. Did not take much in the way of usage for those to kind of go the way of, well, the could be end up using it for glue and basing stuff not too long from now. I had to tell the folks from Golden Maple Candy, yeah, I don't do the 3-second TikTok video where you just see somebody doing a couple of brush strokes that are all speed ramped. The brush is great. It's like, yeah, let's see if it can survive Wappleville, right, right, Camda? Drex, it makes it so easy. Like that's how you'll go that stuff painted, right, for the for your game there, Drex. Again, letting the oils do all that work for you. It really is amazing, right, Drex, what it can do. Let's work in a little bit of our lighter skin tone up there. Also here for sure. Nostril. A little bit more of the light over here too. Drax, well, tonight is a very big game, Drax, because GWS has already won. And if the Bulldogs do not, I mean, they actually almost need to not just win, but win by a bit of a margin. I don't think that's going to be happening against Brisbane, but I mean, again, stranger things have happened as we get out our blending brush here. It's like the Aussie rules of brushes, right, Drax? That's 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 what it is. It's the Aussie rules of brushes. Only the strong survive. It's painting Darwinism right there. Whatever. Only the strongest survive. How's about some of our indigo? Where's the... Oh, there we go. There's her plaque. Because guess what? As dark as some of this stuff is, it's nowhere near as dark as what we can do. Can certainly get a whole bunch darker than that. So let's start to impart some darker stuff here. Again, still not even 1 hour in. We're still sitting inside of an hour here on this. Which is important because, again, if we're going to be doing this for a little bit of a demo soon enough, that we need to be able to do this in a very short period of time. Our miniature painting is like a very, very violent marking contest, right, Camda? And it's always play on, right, Camda? It's always play on. We don't stop for injured brushes, do we, Camda? So again, trying to work in some substantial darks there. Oh, so Camden. Oh, I meant to bring one of those in here. I don't know. Maybe if I go to refresh the medicine later or something like that. Those little book things, Camden, they worked out very well. It was exactly what I was hoping they would be. Now, the one thing I don't have, and of course I forgot, I got to go on Amazon and find like really big rubber bands to keep those things closed. And then, as per the idea that we were discussing for our mounted baristas there, I want to see if I can maybe print out, well, go into the slicer and essentially do the book cover and the spine as separate pieces, and then do some kind of a hinge so that it basically, it's almost like the book is open. So Camdiv will go ahead and send me a link there, or just remind, not a link, just remind me, just say look for those or look for these. And again, because that's something I won't be able to do again until after we get back, because, well, I don't want those arriving while I'm not here. So you can see now we've really locked in some of the darker stuff on the hair, like basically the darkest stuff on the hair. We're going to try and get ourselves now a little bit of eyebrows. Nothing fancy. There's my magenta. Some of that indigo. It's kind of more like a violet color now. And let me do this. Let me get some of this red here again. I'm going to break up some of this here. We need those all-important little bits of light there. And here, we'll show you with this image. See that right there? You can see it right there on the other ends of the lips there. Gotta do that. That is really important there. Nah, that's good, Camda, because you figure, I mean, those things are like the size of a book, right? We don't want a rubber band that's going to be, talk about contents under pressure, right, Camda? Holy smokes. Yeah, that would be, that would be potentially, that could be interesting. Let me see if I can find, where did those brushes go on? I had a few of them. Well, geez, I guess they're already. Yeah, this is another one that is already kind of extremely beat up. Boy, they do not last terribly long, do they? Now, some of them have kind of gone a little bit vamoosed here. Oh, I also want, yeah, I also want that one too. Let me see where those might be hiding. Is there anything here that might look like one of those? That should also help, I think. Get some of the kind of a pinkish color here. Thank you so much, Drex. Appreciate that. Thanks, Drex. Appreciate that. And again, Camden, thanks for the hint on that. Obviously, again, that's something that I won't be doing for this particular weekend here, but hopefully maybe for Gen Con. There you go. So thanks, and appreciate that, Drex. Could definitely use some of that right now. It's been a very crazy couple of days. Now you can see we're starting to get, look at this. Look at this. See, it's got a little bit more of the, again, the pinkishness to it there. And we're kind of, again, a little bit of a semi-wet plane. Not a ton. Also doing kind of a stippling brush stroke. I think we were talking about that a bunch on the last stream, if I remember right. Either that it was either the last stream or the last. Oh, and again, I think I did post right the latest Army Painter thing, right? I finished off. That's right. Yes, I finished off Army Painting Series 45. Almost forgot about that. Yes, Army Painting Series 45 is in the books now. It is done. Where's that? I just had that. No. Maybe this one. No, not that one. Just had it in my hand. Well, fine. I'll just use this then. If I can't find out where that went, we'll just use this. Yeah, a little bit of tap, tap, tap there. So yeah, Drex, that is much appreciated. More medicine, more better, right, Drexy? It's all part of being healthy. Don't want to not take your medicine. Again, trying to work in a little bit of the pinkishness here and there and here. A little bit more of it up there too. And then we're going to get into some of our greens. So going back to that chromium oxide green stuff there. It's kind of a grayish green. Does a couple of things. Now we have a little bit of light in there also. A little bit of color contrast. And now it creates the eyebrow there without having to really draw in a precise eyebrow. What is it in watercolor? Negative painting. That's what we always used to call it back in the days of watercolors. Essentially painting what is not there. So there you go. That really changes those things around for sure. Yeah, Nurgle Matthew. Well, Armored Wolf says that there's a few little medicine mixes that he's created that we may or may not partake in this weekend. It's good to know a pharmacist, right, Nurgle Matthew? It's very handy to know your own personal pharmacist. I'm gonna let a little bit of the thinner get in there too. So that is not that's not red. That's actually a violet or magenta at most. I mean, unless you're looking to do like lipstick or something, the lips really do need to be almost more violet, right, Valfera? So yeah, Valfera, Armored Wolf, let's see, in a little less than 12 hours now, we'll be here. And then it's off to Peoria. So great to see you there, Valfera. I think I sent you a couple of the videos. I thought I had sent you the videos also, but I sent you the images. So then I saw, and I sent you some of the videos then too. So hopefully those were fun to check out. So Drixie, yep, Armored Wolf does like to experiment in pharmacy, again, mixing certain things together. I'm going to do this. Where's that? Again, some of the red, some of the Indian, or some of the Naples yellow. Let's get even more of that lighter stuff going in there. Look at that! Well, we're finally 1 hour in here. We have finally crossed the 1 hour plateau. You know what? I'm gonna get me a little bit of thinner on you, just to be there. So Valfera, this is the Adepticon meeting. Gen Con, unfortunately, Gen Con is not long after that. So Ken's going to be coming here Wednesday morning of the week of Gen Con, Valfera. And then we head down for Gen Con. Again, that would probably be like the 30th or something like that, I think. So you can see how much lighter that can still be. Look at this. Look at how much lighter that can get. Again, a whole bunch lighter there. So I've got, I think I've got several more of these. I printed out 6 overall. I've got all of them prepped and primed, and again, we're going to be doing I'll be doing a little bit of a demo for the Alaska crew. Again, they have never used oil paints before, so we're trying to keep it as easy as possible for them here, using as little colors as possible. Let me hit that a little bit more there. Blending brush. I just had you in my hand. Fine, we'll just use you then. I just need something that is a soft brush. That's it. So Drexia, I will be taking the... I printed out tons of mushroom bits and all this other crazy stuff so that I can do essentially a kind of a integrated display based sort of thing for the Zygomores, because that is supposed to go to Gen Con. So that would be our unit in tray or on tray. I think we'll be probably just using one of the many Nazgul. I think for our large monster entry, I'm sure there's some kind of monster whatever category there. Too much. No. I'm gonna go back this way here. Let me grab some of that. And I'll just do that. Because now it actually gets me a little bit more color in there. So yeah, Velfira, I was able to make I guess you could say some breakthroughs with the AI stuff. And again, that goes with all of the music stuff that I've been making. So yeah, Drexia, all those I've been printing out nothing but, well, not nothing but mushrooms and all other kinds of stuff. Oh, actually, Valfira, I'll have to shoot you a link to it. By accident, I found another person that does Lord of the Rings sculpts, because we don't have enough of those, right, Valfira? I only have about 12 different sculptors that do Lord of the Rings stuff. Well, actually, technically, I'm probably losing 2 or 3 of them, because they're just going to stop doing Lord of the Rings stuff now. But now I have yet another source for Lord of the Rings stuff. And we will be, I already have printed out some of it. Actually, a lot of it is casualties. So yeah, Velfera, he does a bunch of casualties. Well, he kind of does some different things. So he basically does almost like little diorama type things. So there's one of Denethor, the White Tree, and a bunch of Citadel Guard. I mean, obviously you can do the figures as standalone, but I definitely want to do that kind of White Tree diorama there. So I forget where this is from. I think it's the same folks. I don't know if it's the same folks that did this. I don't remember. Veilfair. It's definitely not Loot Studios. That's for sure. It's one. I've done this in a couple of videos, Velfera, on the Patreon page. You can look up the one where it's for green skin tones, which is literally this one right here. And I probably say, who makes it. This plinth right here is a Nerixon plinth. Actually, Velfera, I think I probably show this in one of the printing workshop videos as well. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's in one of the printing workshop vids where we're showing how to integrate the bust and the plinths together. Well, actually, busts and plinths that don't go together. So Valfira, he makes casualties, some of them that nobody else makes, but uh, that actually that's almost some of the most important stuff that he's making there. I think one of his upcoming he's doing Army of the Dead right now. Oh hey there, Armored Wolf. So Armored Wolf, this is here's the bust. So we'll have a sample bust because I thought we had one, but then I realized that I don't have that one anymore. So while this won't exactly be dry by tomorrow, there's a bunch of horses getting off with spears sticking out of them and stuff. It's pretty wild. So thanks for being here, Armored Wolf. So yeah, Armored Wolf. I'll try to have again stuff for us to work with. I also have to bring my magnifier light. Don't let me forget that. I'm not sure if that's already in the bag or if that is somewhere else. Oh, and some of the other clip-on lights too. I guess hopefully maybe you guys can use them. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I got a bunch of stuff I'll have to pack after the stream for sure. So again, this is look at the different this side, that side. So again, we did the lighter dry brush stuff. Then we did a little bit of the darker glazy. Then we went really dark, and now we're starting to drop in some of the lighter lights right here. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I figured that this is something. Yeah, we're not going to have hours and hours and hours to do it. So I was trying to find something that would be easy enough. And I've already been talking to folks about how we're kind of keeping the colors to a minimum here, like a bare minimum. There's maybe I don't even know if there's 10 colors on the palette. There might be 10, maybe 11 tops or something like that. It is a bare minimum of colors here. Again, I didn't want to get things to be too confusing there, so that's why we're rolling with this. Thanks, Drex. When you are using say less colors, right, and you're just kind of letting that do all the mixing, sometimes you get yourselves, like you said, those kind of cleaner mixes there. Now there is a little bit, you can see some of the eye there. So sorry, I can't remember who makes these, Valfira. I've had these, oh gosh, Velvet, this is probably one of the very first like non-Loot Studios busts that I ever got. Now, just should you ever be unjustly or wronged by the autocorrect monster, you can do what Valfira did, and you can reveal him. Because again, the that was it. Evil likes to lurk in the shadows, right, Valfira, and the dark corners. So just do what Valfira did and bring the autocorrect monster to the light of day. Again, it takes away his power, right? If you reveal him to the world. So yeah, Armored Wolf. I figured this actually Armored Wolf. This is the first time we really get a chance to put into practice the idea of having folks new to the oils using the alkyds. Now, of course, there does have to be a ceremony before that takes place. they will have to you'll have to place they have to place their right hand on the great book, and they will have to answer certain questions. Oh, you know, Valfera, we always used to do this, I think. What's nice is we'll have one of these again, because when you compare it to this in a film noir is always wild. So let's do a little film noir here. And again, you can, there's no greens, there's no reds, there's no magentas, there's just values here. If we do this, zoink, there you go. Now we'll do that. Okay, so it just looks a little bit darker, that's it. I mean, even the leaves look the same, the hair pretty much looks the same until we do this, right, Valfira? Now it looks just a little bit different. Little different, right? I mean, it's the same sculpt, same ideas, but a little bit different, right? Just a bit different. So yeah, you just you have to pledge certain fealties and loyalties to linseed there before you are allowed to go ahead in your induction there. You have to forsake acrylics, all its lies and empty promises. You have to, of course, acknowledge linseed as your Redeemer and Savior. You also have to forsake the false idols of Sable. Right, Drexia? Thank you so much, Drex. Appreciate that. So yeah, Armored Wolf, and of course this new one has been pretty fun. I got it, so I've got it over here. So this is one of the colors, the regular oils that Kathy's sister had sent, and then I found this in the Alkids, and I think it'll actually make the skin tones easier. And of course, Drexia, there is always the greatest of all Zinch. Yes, the greatest of all is Zinch, of course, we know that. More here, a little bit of that other green. Again, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right, Valfira? Now we can make this a little lighter as well. We will let that just mix together here. Look at this, letting it just do its mixing thing there. Actually, Drexia. Oh, you just reminded me. I gotta get me some chocolate covered raisins for Gen Con. Because remember, we needed that for crowd control. I almost forgot all about that. I nearly forgot about the chocolate covered raisins for Gen Con. Let me throw in again a little bit. I guess we need more thinner on that. Sure enough, change the consistency and look at that. Very, very different result for sure. A little more right there. Obviously, I'll have some of the precious liner brushes there. I'll have the Royal Langnickel's there. Hey there, Grandpa. How you doing? Is it a happy? Well, it's still not quite a happy Friday yet. We got 5 more minutes to a happy Friday. So great to see you there, Grandpa. If you wanted to share something in the chat, please go ahead. Great to see you. Let me do this here. So Drexia, yeah, that's the and people still do. Again, it wasn't just Kathy's family. There are still other folks to this day that get the chocolate-covered raisins sent my way as contraband, because technically it is actually weapons smuggling. If you try to get me chocolate-covered raisins, that could be considered at some parts of the Geneva Convention. That they do list that as weapons smuggling. Now, well, Grandpa's like we were talking about. Here's hoping that goes exactly according to plan, and then you can get back into things. Of course, very easy, right? So when you're not the one who's going there. So yeah, working in some of this lighter stuff here. Geez, now Grandpa's, I think you got a chance to see some of these. And again, this was the tutorial video that I did, but we have all three of these guys done. Again, the one of the Jin, I'm just going to have to do that after I get back from the Adepticon thing. So we were doing a tutorial video on these with the blue skin tones. Because there's not all that many blue skin tone vids in the Patreon stuff there. There's a ton of them that we've done for streams and everything else. So again, this let's see, where are we at? 1 hour 22 minutes in. So I needed to, again, this is something that I was hoping that they wouldn't get too confused with as far as dealing with not just different colors but a whole different medium. And yeah, Armored Wolf, these are all just printed in FDM. These are just FDM prints here. Drixia, I mean, if you have assets, sometimes you just got to exchange those. Sometimes you just got to be transactional, right, Drixia, and just exchange those for something that has some more value. Thanks, Grandpa. Appreciate that. I think, oh yeah, that's right. I think the latest post was the, must have been, oh yeah, the Battlestar Galactica, or Paneline Galactica as we like to call it. Of course, what was the, oh yeah, I just finished, and we just posted that, Army Painting Series 25, or 45, sorry, our Trench Crusade. How's about we welcome in Rottweiler? How you doing there, Rot? Everybody please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. So Rottweiler, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you there, Rottweiler. Let me see, was it 1 hour 24 minutes ago? This bust had no paint on it whatsoever. It was one of our, as we like to call it, paint-free items. So yeah, 1 hour 24 minutes ago, there was no paint on this at all. It's another one of our FDM printed busts, kind of like these other ones that we did. Again, you can see this is where we integrated a Nerixon plinth with the actual bust itself. I think we got another one of those here. Yeah, we got this over here. Again, these are both FDM printed busts here. Now our last few streams we were doing conquest stuff. So we were doing the Jin here, and then the Ifrits, the Agony of Defreets. right there. And this guy now, he has his magnets on him now, so he's good, ready to rock and roll. And well, and then of course, good old Panaline Galactica there. There it is. So Rottweiler, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead, like always. And again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. So Rott, I know Owen, congratulations again on the latest tournament. Actually, I think you got one coming up real soon. It's coming up real soon, right? Is it this weekend or next weekend? Right. Well, again, sorry, my brain it's all about the Adepticon stuff right now, so I'm not able to quite conjure that up. So my apologies. And again, everybody please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. It is this weekend. Okay, I thought so, Rottweiler. Sorry about that. And also trying to keep track of what's going on with Mom and all that kind of stuff. So, well, I'm not going to say anything there, Rottweiler, because I don't want to jinx any dice or anything like that. So I'm not going to say nothing. And also, too, as Armored Wolf would say, for all that is good and green in this world, never let me anywhere near your dice, because I curse all dice. I do believe the radius of that curse is quite extensive. It does go for, well, probably hundreds of miles, so you might want to stay well away. Thanks, Ryan. So Ryan's got the link to the bust here. So Blackthorn Miniatures, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like Blackthorn Miniatures is the sculptor of the Fantastic Fae bust here. So thanks, Ryan. Appreciate that. Yeah, this goes back a very, very, very long, long way as far as STO files for me. Yeah, let's lighten that up a little bit more there too. And now we need to get some more here in our shadow areas on the chin there. Blending brush once again. Something that's going to be very, very, very soft there. So thanks for doing that, Ryan. And again, everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. That's got to get, there we are. It's like that's got to go further. I might even do a little bit more there, maybe. Something like that. So best of luck there, Rottweiler. I guess, is there any kind of new meta stuff there, Rottweiler? Whether it's, yeah, as far as how objectives work, or claiming objectives, or new armies, or whatever? That there's just something that you got to kind of be extra aware of this time around for coming up this weekend? Because there's always some kind of new meta, right, right, Rottweiler? Drixia, we definitely believe very much in superstition, right? Hexing dice and all that other kind of stuff. Drixia, well, you remember the story, right, of Babo, And the very first tournament that I ever did with my fantasy army. And at the time, I used to have uh, our Bobo Ugly Dow with me. I used to just stick him in my pocket. And there was, well, let's just put it this way. I was playing somebody who was that guy. He knew that I had never seen high elves before, much less knew what they did. And knowing that, he definitely took full advantage of all that. Would say things like, "Oh, I didn't tell you that those guys actually have bows, even though they got spears in their hand." Said, "No, you kind of neglected to say that." "Oh, I didn't tell you that these guys are immune to such and such thing." "No, you neglected to say that." Actually, we can curse these, Drexia. If he mentions a certain plant, these become cursed. I think you've seen it many times, right, Drex, on stream? Yes, if he mentions a certain plant, and then that is rolled, that usually leads to a negative result. So, anyways, I think this was either my third, and it might have been the third game, something like that, whatever. And Kathy could see from across the room that things were not exactly going fantastic. So she walked over and set Bobo down on the table, and at that very moment, that is when Comet of Cassandra went off. And we're talking about old school Comet of Cassandra, which basically meant that everything in a 36-inch radius was either wiped out, and the stuff that wasn't wiped out ran away. So I went from an imminent defeat to a, well, table clearing victory, and actually managed to win the tournament as a result of that. So people from that moment on were told never to look into Bobo's laser beam eyes. And what they never wanted was Bobo to walk up to their dice and put a curse on them. So yes, that is. Well, I think Bobo. We have him. Oh, there he is. There's Bobo right there. Don't look into his laser beam eyes. I was like, I think we have an image of Bobo right there. Oh, and of course, if you want to see things like this, or the Jinn, or the Ifrits, or any of the stuff we've been, or Battlestar Galactica, of course, then you need to subscribe to this YouTube channel. Because remember, Twitch doesn't let you do highlights anymore; those are gone. So I've been transferring all the old ones here, and then all the new stuff like this is going to be on here. There's no ads on there, anything like that. That's not what that channel is for. It is strictly there to serve as a place where I can put the Twitch sessions, which again I cannot do anymore. Otherwise, they just go away and they just disappear forever. Veilfear, I think also Bobo has taken a liking to the various iterations of those dump cakes there. So yeah, that red velvet cherry version of the dump cakes has worked out very well. Thanks, Veilfear. Yeah, I think right now on that channel I've got, I think it's every 2 days there's a new one scheduled to go public. Eventually that is going to increase to maybe one a day, possibly even multiples per day. The thing is, the thing that's a benefit is that you can do things like add tags and descriptions, all the stuff you can't really do on a Twitch vid. The thing is that takes a little bit of time and work to do all that. And I also have to track down all the thumbnails too. Well, plus do thumbnails for all the new stuff. So there's some advantages to it being on YouTube, because now there can be things like playlists. And again, plenty of descriptions, which just didn't happen before. So if you can, again, subscribe to the Linseed Fellowship channel, that's where you're going to be seeing those. All right, a little bit more of that here, maybe two. Yeah. Now let me see where. So we are 1 hour 35 minutes in. It looks like 1 hour 35 minutes in. Ooh, let me get all that out of that brush there. Bring some of this over here. Let us see. Has this had a chance to set long enough? So Armored Wolf, well, that's right. You said that Tim showed up, and I guess, I don't know if Elric's Hobbies, if Steve's going to be there. Because I guess he's taken down all the stuff for Ken, I guess, like last year. So thanks again, Valfair. Appreciate that, of course. Whoops, no. Up here. Maybe a smidge more over there, and I think, yeah, on the nostrils too. Hey, Michael, how you doing? Everybody please give Michael Paint Minis a follow. So, Michael, you got a bunch of things to share. You got your classes to share. You got all your regular stuff to share. So Michael is going to be doing some fabulous classes at ReaperCon. That's getting closer and closer, right, Michael? So again, Michael, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, Michael also does the streaming too. So everybody please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. So Valfira, I will here. Actually, Valfira, before you take off, because we have more values on here now. Where the heck did that thing go? Here it is. So, this should be very interesting, Valfira. Here, let's do this. Let's do this. Film noir. I mean, obviously, okay, we got the spots there, whatever, and obviously this one's darker because of, what it's supposed to be, but otherwise, no differences there, right, Valfira? Here now, obviously this one's shiny because we're still painting on it. Let's get those values back here. There you go. Or sorry, our colors back. That is so wild to see, right, Valfira? That just never gets old. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad that you've been able to still stream with them, Michael. Glad that you can still stream with them too. And again, Michael, appreciate you being here. And again, everybody, please check out Michael Paint Minis. Check out Michael's class lister because, well, I guess there's still openings, right, Michael? Because you can kind of do a waiting list almost. Sort of like Adepticon, I guess. Hey there, Meth Muffin, how you doing? Now, so Michael, geez, I wish, Michael, I could show you some of the stuff that I've been doing for the Army promo vids there. There's been some really fun things that I've been able to do for those. Now again, using a blending brush here. Just it's basically a soft craft brush. That's all it is. So you got a couple left for the non-metallic metals and some for the Get Good class. So great to see you there, Math. And now it's a happy Friday. It is now officially a happy Friday here. So happy Friday to everybody. Because it ain't a happy Friday until it's a happy Friday. To a little bit of our... No, that's... Okay, just going to get back, grab some of that. Hey, Guiltip, how you doing? So Guiltip, actually, Guiltip, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Great to see you again. Little here, we're gonna get a touch of our value there. Hopefully that kind of makes that turn just a little bit there. Actually, Guiltip, take a look at the since the autocorrect monster decided to unjustly attack you, you can reveal the autocorrect monster. So yeah, Guiltip, if you wanted to pay him back the favor there, there's a new chat reward thing. So yeah, Guiltip, again, I want you to have the fun of revealing him yourself. So check out the chat point reward, whatever the heck those are called. But there is something called autocorrect monster. And this way you can claim revenge. That's what folks are doing now. There you go. So of course, again, evil likes to lurk in the shadows. So what do? We bring light to the shadow world, right? Right, Guiltip? So yeah, look at that, Guiltip. You can reveal the autocorrect monster and have your revenge on it, because now it takes away his power, right? If you reveal him there. So yeah, Guiltip, I thought you would have a little bit of fun with that. That is definitely something new. There's a bunch of new things that I'm working on. Where we've got, there's going to be some other animations coming up. I mean, again, it's part of what I've been doing for the Army Painter series, or my Army showcase video. So here again is some of the stuff that I've been doing for the Army showcase vids there. So yeah, that's been super fun. Oh, and again, here is a reference for what we are working on right now. So that is, that's again from one of our tutorial videos on the Patreon page. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? So Doji, well, again, have a good bakery run. Obviously, I won't be able to see you on the day you're doing that. And of course, Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. I'm glad to be able to hit Adepticon again. So again, that's now technically he's supposed to actually pick up the keyboard and eat it, but at least he's actually kind of doing some stuff. And again, Recoil created the original monster. Now, of course, I am hoping at some point, speaking of busts, we were hoping to turn that particular thing into a bust, so that people could actually paint their own autocorrect monster. Now, of course, I think there's maybe we need to have a plushie made of that too. I think, isn't there somewhere? I'm sure there's some kind of sites that where you can have things turn into plushes or whatever. So yeah, Doji, actually, well, now in well under 12 hours, Armored Wolf is going to be this way, and it's going to be all about the Adepticon meeting this weekend. I'm going to try, Doji. I don't know if I'll be able to, but maybe this Tuesday or Wednesday or something like that, maybe do a surprise stream there. It does, unfortunately, I got to get caught up on a bunch of other things, because Gen Con is also sooner, because it's sooner even than I remembered it being. So it is going to be a major scramble to Adepticon, or sorry, to Gen Con. And again, gel tip, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, sorry if I forgot to mention here. Let me get this green mixed with their regular skin tone. There, here, I'm gonna get some of that. No, that's a little too much of the red. Where's that blending brush again? Well, I hope that you have a lot of fun there, Doji. And again, Doji, if there's any kind of if you're going to be seeing any Japanese gardens, touring something like that, you want to shoot me images of those. It's always fun to see those. Of course, I know how much I love those. It's always fun to see those. Let me try and work in a little bit of light there. Where'd my blending brush go? There you are. Yeah, we're just going to spread some of that lighter stuff around in there. See, and the whole idea here behind the stream here tonight is to make sure we've got something that some folks, again, that are brand new to the oils can maybe at least be able to have some kind of experimental trials with the oils with in a relatively compressed time frame. Oh, no problem there, Doji. That whole thing is a concept. Obviously, we are not familiar with such things in Wapoville, right? That is not something that exists here. Actually, we have no word for it in the Wapelian language, Doji. Yes, there is no equivalent. It's kind of like wind talkers or something like that. If you talk about vacations, nobody knows what you're talking about here in Wapoville. There's that other sleep. That's that other thing too. Yeah, that's again. There's nothing. There is no equivalent word in the Wapelian language. It does not exist. Now try and lighten up a bit on the upper part of that. A little more right in here. And again, all this paint is wet right here. All that paint is wet. Again, this is we go strong to the hoop here, right, Drex? Look at this. None of that weak stuff. We go strong to the hoop. Like so. Even stronger here. Yeah, Doji, we'll have to add that to the Book of Wapo, right? Okay, so again now, there you go. See that we got that kind of reddish color there, kind of a pink, and then we got the green over here. Well, how's about we do? Oh, I think you can see it here. Let's do one of our little film noirs. Well, I mean that just disappeared. That becomes almost flat. That shoulder right there. Now let's bring back this here color. Let's do that. You can see it here. Again, it's got a greenish tint there, and then that's kind of almost like a magenta tint over there. Yeah, that's again, we can do that. Now, Doji, again, if you wanted to share your stuff, I know you're going to have to head out soon, but I don't know if you had a chance to share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff. There we go. See, again, I just took the blending brush to that, like you do. So this is still under 2 hours. Whole thing here, still under 2 hours. Because that's how we roll here. Right, Drex? That's how we roll here in Wapoville. No fooling around. No fooling around. We go strong to the hoop here. you so much, Fireboy. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Fireboy Troy a follow. Thank you so much for the raid. And of course, Troy, if you wanted to share something in the chat, I know you just finished your stream, so you may not have a whole bunch of pictures of something right now. But if you wanted again to share something, please go ahead. We are working with our traditional oil paints right here. As we just mentioned a little bit ago, 1 hour and 50 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. It was literally just some dark brown primer. That is it. All of this done, again, with traditional oil paints here, right out of the tube. You can see we're trying to get all kinds of fun little color transitions, right? Lots of fun little things with the skin tones. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Doji just shared. Again, some really fabulous oil-painted miniatures. And again, Doji, like always, I appreciate you being here. Let me start to really get maybe some strong darks in here. There we are. So again, this is an FDM printed bust, just like some of our previous ones. Again, we took an Erickson plinth and then literally incorporated the bust with the plinth. Here's another one right here. One of our recent streams, as we call it, Paneline Galactica, also painted with the oil paints. That was a Monday stream, and then we've been painting a bunch of Conquest stuff the last couple of weeks here. So again, that's another one of our guys painted up on stream. All done with the oil paints, because oils. Because oils. Let me see if we can't get a... Yeah, here. Let's get some of these going out here. And of course, again, the oils, since you can do so much, right, of the generalized work with those so quickly, it gives you more time to maybe do your whatever snazzier stuff that you maybe want to include. So again, everybody, please give Firebright Troy a follow if you could. That would be sensational. Let me see if we can't, work in a little more of our direct to long way. This one we haven't done much of anything to it there. And again, Ryan, thanks also too for finding the My Mini Factory. I think Blackthorn Miniatures on My Mini Factory, I believe, is who makes the bust here. An Armored Wolf, if you need to head out and get some Z's for tomorrow. I'm guessing you were at the duplex there, right, Armored Wolf? Now, I don't know if the Atlanta folks are also at the duplex. I am guessing, but then there's so many people that have showed up. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're at a hotel somewhere. Let me do this here. We already did that. Okay. All right. No problems. Actually, I didn't really get a chance to mess around too much with the leaves on the tutorial vid because I think I had all of maybe 90 minutes to paint the whole darn thing. I don't even know if I had that much. So that we are still under 2 hours here. Still less than 2 hours in. Let me do some of that in here. Some of that over here. It's essentially kind of Van Dyke brown mixed with some of our oxide green. I mean, we could take Prussian blue, a little bit of Indian yellow or something, and make a very kind of high intensity green. Thank you so much, Drex. Appreciate that. Thanks, Drex. Appreciate that. And everybody, please give Eridican Games a follow too. So great to see you, Erid. Boy, it's been a while. I hope that you've been doing good. So Erid, yeah, we've been talking to Erid a bunch about all the different gardening type things. Yes, the garden really seems to be going really well. There's Erid. So everybody, please give Eridican Games and Eridican Wife some follows. So Erid, if you wanted to shout out yourself and also Erid, please go ahead and do that. So yeah, Erid, I figured that well, things have been kind of busy for a while there. Glad that you're able to get back into some of the streaming. And again, Erid, everybody please give Eridican Wife a follow. Also, Erid, why don't you share your Pinterest link there? Share your Pinterest link in the chat. So Erid, there's been quite a bit of work with the guard here. Whoop, let me get rid of this here. 1 second. That's got to go away. Here we are. Oh, actually, here, look at the hostas. I'm serious. That was only planted what, in May or something like that. Yeah, and they're all kind of doing this. I think there's another. Yeah, there's another with a different flower on it. So yeah, the hostas are going pretty wild there. And of course, the garden right here. I mean, these plants. There was no like gentle introduction to those things, Eric. They basically were just cast into the fire. Yes, those were cast into the fire. It's like you either grow or you die. Your choice, one or the other. And they have chosen to grow. Yeah, the one thing you probably can't see in there, Erid, is the extra. I put in more bars of Irish Spring soap. So yes, we're launching a biological warfare against all critters and bugs by putting the Irish Spring soap out there. So everybody please check out the link that Erid just shared. Give Eridican Wife a follow. Give Eridican Games a follow. So yeah, Erid, I'm really excited about how the plants have been doing back there. Actually, Kathy's mom, she sent me a picture. They got tomatoes already. They actually got their first tomato this week. Hey there, plank worker. How you doing? So great to see you there, plank worker. So yeah, Erid, I also have the where's that? The chicken wire around him. Again, that's the best I can do. That is the best defense, and it certainly seems to be working. Because there ain't many critters munching on him there. Yeah, Erid, it's been really amazing to see how that has. And again, I didn't even have a chance, right, to even start planting the seeds until May. I'm thinking that I'm going to kind of go with the same timing here in future years. Well, Drexia, yeah. What? Oh yeah, just dish soap. Dish soap and warm water should certainly do the trick. Actually, in a pinch, Drexia, of course, you can always use the magic brush cleaner, right? Just a little bit of that. Just don't grab your brushes after using it, right, Drexit? Because it will take the paint off of your brush handles. That's what Kathy found out. I mean, it didn't matter to me. I don't care. but but Kathy found out that she would, be cleaning the brushes and stuff, and then she would touch the brush handle, and that would get on the brush handle, and then the paint would start coming off. And again, that works with acrylics too. It's not just for oil paints. That is for acrylics too. So yeah, Drexia, there was it was a recent video. I think I had Egyptian violet and Indian yellow on me, and we're talking about the real deal. We're talking about actual Egyptian violet and actual Egyptian yellow, or Egyptian Indian yellow, and that boy, that took that stuff right off. I was surprised. I wasn't quite sure it was actually going to do that, but it did. So again, we are working on some of our lights here. So here it's going to be the usual Friday, Saturday streams, right? And I think are you back to doing the jewelry because you finished painting the figure, right? You're done with that. So again, just trying to now catch a few little edges, on the light that's coming down here. Let's do that over here too. Here on the end of our little leavies there. Also over here. So again, doing the regular jewelry, and at some point, Irid, we will get to these bezels here, and I am going to try to get bigger ones for sure, Irid. I mean, not massive things. I would like maybe not even twice that size. Even if they were like 80% bigger than that, that'd be pretty good. Those are just a little bit on the small side. And again, the idea with those is to paint some tiny little spacescapes, critters, whatever on those, and then do the UV resin over the top of them. So yeah, Irid, those will actually make, believe it or not, those are going to make some good ornaments for some of the tiny little Christmas trees I got here. I mean, they're like, one of them is only not even 2 feet tall. I think it's only like a foot tall or something. So they'll work pretty well on those. I mean, technically, I guess you could make earrings out of them. They're small enough. Nope, nope. Let's get chromium green, some of the Indian yellow. Little touch of our reading just to try and get that. There we go. I think we got a nice little warm-ish green for in here. There you go. There's a warm green right there because maybe the light hitting it here. It's also kind of a more intense green. Some of that over here maybe. Like so. Something here. Also over here. Up in there. I also I'm going to get me some of the Prussian. Ooh, here we go. Here we are. Prussian blue. Breaking out the Prussians. A touch of the Indian yellow there, so it's not too. Okay, so now we got a much more of a bluish green. That is going to go in again some of our shadow areas here. Down in there. So see you later there, Doji. So yeah, Drexia, it's kind of funny because people will say, why is there dish soap in your bathroom? There's literally a container of dish soap in there at all times, Drex, for that very reason. So yeah, so should your family say, okay, why is there dish soap in the bathroom? You can explain, well, that's so I can wash off the oil paint. Yeah, because there'll be people say, what in the world? Why is that in there? Say, well, that's what I use to get the oil paint off my hands. Because, oil paint, right? Safflower oil, walnut oil, of course, linseed oil. That's dish soap is going to do really well because, I mean, it's almost kind of like, well, it's not quite like olive oil, but olive oil is pretty darn persistent, right, Drexia? You can't get that off your hands with just a bar of soap. You definitely need a dish soap for that. So again, that is a much cooler. Look at that. See that cooler blue in there? So again, since obviously linseed, safflower, those aren't petroleum type products. That's more of an organic type thing. The dish soap will do really well in breaking that down. Now acrylics, actually Drexia, it is far more difficult for me to get acrylics off of my hands than it is oils. In fact, this stuff that's on my hanger, that's not oil paint, that's acrylics from days ago. Yeah. I'll actually have to take like well, basically like a dish, what is that, a dish scrubber type thing, and actually have to scrub that stuff off my hand. So see you later there, Irid. Have a good one. So again, put a little bit of the bluish green in there. Actually, maybe you're gonna try and play around with that a little bit here too. Just a little bit more there. So yeah, if I'm doing a bunch of brush-on primer stuff, that could again that's probably actually that's what that is. That's me doing the brush-on primer on these things. That's what that is. Now we need to do a little bit of reflection here on the upper lip. Let's do that. That can't all just be that dark. So there's a little bit we're letting what's there mix with it though. Like that. Hey, there's surface tension. How you doing? Let me do a little bit more here. So there's no croutons in this salad, surface tension. Yes, there are no croutons in this salad. Everybody, please check out this link that surface tension is going to share. Oh, surface tension. I got a ton. Again, I'll try and do this before I have to head out this weekend here. But I did tons of images and videos, surface tension for little clips for those Army showcase vids, and I think I've definitely been able to figure some things out. So yeah, I've been able to make I think some pretty successful animations there, surface tension. I'll try and get you the song that also goes with the Army, and that'll help you kind of establish context for the different images and videos. No, 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 that's not going to work. So again, surface tension, if you want to share your fabulous oil painted stuff, please go ahead and do that. Let me get touch more of my light there. Nope, let me get a little bit more of our light there. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Again, some fabulous oil painted miniatures. Go check that out. Let me try to get a little something there. You know what? I think the maybe a little extra dark on some parts of the nose here. Now, and again, this is another one of our FDM printed busts here. That joins the long line of FDM printed busts. Get a little bit more of that. Slightly deeper, not quite magenta color. Yeah, we need to do that in the corners around the nose there, I think. Right here. And this over here, we gotta maybe. Let me try this. Let us try some of this here in this shadow area. Now, I think Surface Tension kind of had a little fun here with the, and it's all the alkyds. We're using the Hansa, not Hansa yellow. We're using the not Naphthol either. We're using this. We are using the Naples yellow. Now again, it's got pigment red 101 in it. Everything's got pigment red 101, right? Even our, well, the Prussians won't want you to say that, but even Prussian blue has pigment red 101 in there. Everything's got it. We are all pigment red 101. So again, everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. Again, some fabulous oil painted miniatures. Trying to get a little bit of that kind of more bright pinkish tone in here. Because we have the greens in there already. Already got those in place. So now Surface Tension, do you still have your more regular type climatology going on there, or has the giant death orb returned? And try and spot in a little bit more of the lighter tone here, and then a little bit more of it down here. So that actually Surface Tension here, I believe the high temperature was 67 degrees. It was it was a Wales kind of day here, Surface Tension. So who knew that Chicago was the far west side of Welshlandia? No, I don't want to get too light with that. Again, using a little bit of our stippling type of a brush stroke here too. Because I think the rest of the continent wouldn't mind one of those shields, right? Surface tension, unless it's not quite as hot there anymore as it was. Yes, and in a case of the climatologist not quite being up on the draw, was I think the original discussion was for 94 degrees today, and it was 67. They missed it by just that much. Get a little bit more of our light down in there, and a little something up here. And now we can start to do some of these little subtle things because, well, we have a lot of our main stuff in place. So yes, surface tension, I'll try to get you some of that stuff because I'm, again, very enthused about how that worked out. It's a combination between the GPT and Skynet. Let me lighten this up a little more there. Here's some of that under here. Like that. Oh, and surface tension, of course, I found yet another Lord of the Rings sculptor. Hey there, Landrast. Appreciate that. 54 months worth. So, Landrast, I think you went to go see a flick, right? I mean, it's not super late, but then maybe the movie wasn't all that long. Surface tension, but I have noticed, again, the combination of using, making all the images with the GPT, then bringing those into Skynet, and then that's where all the videos get made, is using those images. And that seems to be, so far, kind of the winning combo. Drexia, we're getting closer. We are getting closer. Actually, Drexia, there was now. Of course, this could be rumor, but there was a super conference that was being planned. Actually, there was another conference that would have actually had the Naval Academies and Notre Dame in it, but I forget which school pulled out of it. Two of them did. Two of them pulled out, and then the whole thing came apart. Actually, it was the Naval. It was the military academies. There was two of them that didn't want to be in that. Geez, holy smokes, 2.5 hours. Geez, Landrast. Man, oh man. That is, that's an expansive movie right there. Was it Ben-Hur or something like that? So yeah, surface tension. Hopefully, again, I'll shoot you the tunes and I'll get you some of the pics and the vids, and you'll be able to kind of see what it is. Kind of get a really good idea now of what the general gist of things are. And again, I got me a new Lord of the Rings set of files here. I probably was interested in like casualty file, and he's got a bunch of casualties, which is great. Some ones that other folks have never done before. Actually, Landra, how close were you to just kind of getting up and walking out of that thing? Well, and of course, Drixie, if you wanted to share any of that in the chat, I don't know if you already had a chance to, but you want to share anything, please go ahead, of course. Oh, and of course, Drex, right? Caress the brush, do not crush the brush. Drexia, I think Oregon changes its uniforms and color scheme at least 7 times during the game. Yeah, they don't just change their uniform at halftime or like at the end of every quarter. I think they change them in between plays sometimes. They're like, well, here we go. This is the all metallic version. Here is the all like very what would you say? It's the very dull stuff like the total non-gloss version. And then there's like the whiteout version. Yes, the Oregon Ducks. They have so many uniform changes during the season. When you're trying to see highlights, you have no idea if it's actually them or not. Now again, that's a little bit of a more souped up green there. I mean, this is kind of closer to where our highlights would be also to it. Would also act as a little bit of a color juxtaposition against all the skin tones as well. Where's back to where again our lighter, also much warmer green there. So yeah, I'm trying to, let's see, do we have it here? Okay, and again, we also have, remember the books that we printed out, those worked out really well. Those are from In Art We Trust. Those worked out great. Nope, not down there. That's her shadow over there. I want that warmer stuff in there. So again, you can check out, and again, this is all in my, it's on my mini factory. It's Papel 3D. So Papel 3D. Some really nifty Lord of the Rings sculpts. I think his current release is Army of the Dead. Which actually, I need to do a bunch of Army of the Dead anyways. So for that particular video. That's another, actually, so at Landras, do I try to print out the printing goes ever on City of the Dead? If I had 5 printers, it would only take a year, right, Landrast? And it would only take up about 700 spools of filament, because, you know, reasons. Now, Landra, I mean, do you think that the, what was that? His Helm's Deep, it had to have been bigger, though, than the City of the Dead? Or do you think the City of the Dead is about the same kind of size? Now, of course, again, I would not print out all the rocks and everything. I would literally just print out the buildings. And I haven't seen it in so long, I don't even remember what it looks like. I mean, it looks like the City of the Dead, but other than that, I haven't actually seen the pieces of it. Now, so Landrest, I'll go for like negative 10% infill on it, and it'll be great. It'll use up hardly any filament at all. It'll be totally fine. So I did just mix a little bit of, or actually, believe it, a violet into this. You can see we got cooler greens, we have warmer greens going on. We're going to try and get a little bit of that into some of the hair as well. for funsies. A little bit of that over here onto the to the skin tone there. So not a ton of this on the here, but a little bit here and there. Start doing a little bit of that. And it's a little more of that than I wanted there, mixing into that light. Up here with our Van Dyke Brown, some of our darker stuff now. And keep in mind this is an FDM print. And it's still not the 0.2 nozzle. It's still the 0.4 nozzle with the 0.8 layer height. This side maybe. Yeah. Get that down in there. Trying to sort of kind of hint at some individual hairs in there. Nothing too crazy. Alright, a little bit more of it here. Again, trying to maybe pull out a few little individual hair, whatever type things there. This stuff, not going to really fool around too much with because you can't hardly even see it. So why am I going to bother with that? So again, that's the Van Dyke Brown, some of the Mars Black there. Also here. Trying to work in some little veins and such into the leaves there. Oh yeah, I think that yeah, I'm gonna try and drop in a little bit more of the dark back there. Now up here, I think the opposite. I think I need to go lighter up here. Which we've got sitting right here, I think. On our lettuce here. Who knows? Maybe maybe it's romaine lettuce. I'm not sure. And we'll get this some of our lights out here. Some of our lights over here. Alright, and here. Oh yeah, the end of this leaf here's got a whole bunch of nothing on it. Not sure. I think if I do anything, I would probably go back more of a mid-tone ways. So Landrasta. Now, what faction was M-Toey's playing there? Because I just I don't know if you saw the link to the new Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent there. That army painting series is now done. I don't want to go too late with that. I mean, it's literally there's 3 layers of leaves on top of it. How much light would actually be getting at that thing? Not a whole bunch. New Antac. Okay. Now, I don't know what if there's actual faction rules for that Torquemada, whatever, the Conquistador faction there. I don't know if that's official stuff or people just kind of make up their own when they're doing some of these factions. Not sure. But it seems like Trench Crusade is still kind of going strong. I don't think it's lost a whole bunch of momentum or anything. And now it's been around for a little while. So again, this is the much bluer version of our green there. Much, much bluer. Let me see, 2 hours 33 minutes ago. This had no paint on it. It did have primer, but that's it. Had some primer and nothing else. Let me get back to some. Nah, maybe not quite that light. Let's have you mixed with what's there. Yep, there we go. Remember, there is the consistency game. Thick over thin, vice versa. But sometimes, even that, not quite enough. You have to do, as we like to call it, just sort of like a stippling type of brushstroke or whatevs. Be almost a little something, I think, like what we are going to do here. Again, we got the fabulous Naples yellow there. So that, again, is almost more of a stippling type of a brushstroke than just a standard regular brushstroke there. And you can see it's very much mixing together with stuff. As light as this is, we can still go lighter than this. This is not our lightest light. Just pretty much avoiding, well, white as much as possible. It's going to get awful chalky you start doing that. And I think we need to carry that light a little bit further along here. Fine, we'll do that. We will do that. Here we are. More of that. See if I can get now into here a little bit more of some more of the white there. but it's still mixed with our some of our other stuff here. Let me get a little touch of our red in there. So now that's almost got a little bit of a light magenta look to it now. And see how much lighter that gets. Doing that same sort of stippling type brush, maybe a little more thinner also. Let's see what happens with that. Yep, sure enough, that worked. Actually, Armored Wolf, I was going to try to bring down some of the little illustration boards, not necessarily for people to do color charts as we do them on the videos, but just a place where people could maybe have some fun and just try to mix some colors there without it being on a miniature itself. Yeah, I'm going to let that mix with some of the stuff that's already on here. I've got me a blending brush somewheres here. I'll just use this here. Again, we're just going to tap that on there. It's not necessarily about smearing two colors together. Sometimes all it is just removing some extra paint. That's all we're looking to do sometimes. Maybe, yeah, you could do a little bit something more down here. Blending brush there. Now all that was do it was just to take away some of the excess paint. Try this now. Yeah, oh yeah, look at that. See that paint is set there very nicely. Timing is everything with the oil paints. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Don't be hasty. Now, taking maybe this. So we're gonna get some of our green over here. Nope, this green. And some of the chromium oxide green, mixing it with our skin tone. There we are. Again, nice little dry, brushy intro of some of that basically green and our skin tone there. Also here. And that is basically a grayish green that is going to mix with our almost kind of magenta skin tone there. So I do believe, let me see, what was it from? Thornwood something or Thorndale Miniatures or something like that. And it's a Faba now in its original form. Here we go. So this is its actual form. Again, this is the resin print here, but this is an FDM print. So you can see there's the Nerixon plinth. We took this file here, and we basically merged it with the plinth in the slicer. You had Landrast, that timing stuff, and it changes too with what you're working on. And not just like, okay, alkyds, regular oils, water washable, whatever. Just even within Williamsburg, there's some Well, anything that's red, it doesn't matter what brand that you're using pretty much, that is going to require some timing. Whereas usually with things like either greens, most greens, or even things like earth tones, your browns, you can kind of sort of almost do what you want to do. That's nowhere near quite so reliant on precise timing. So I think I think it's Thorndale Miniatures or something like that, and it's on My Mini Factory. Trying to get a couple of lights that now we have to get in here on the underside of this. You know what? I'm going to use this brush here. Let me try to hold this here. There we go. And same thing over here now. Underside of that to try and clean things up a little bit. See it a bit there, Landrast. So sorry that the movie was not exactly what you would say stellar. Let me see if I can't work in a little bit more. There we go. Of a now let me see if I can get. Oh, here we go. Some of this lighter green in that pupil. I don't know if that's gonna work in the iris here. Nope, gotta thin that down, but not too much. If I thin that down too much, it will become a pin line wash, and I'll just fill in all of the dark there, and that's certainly not what I'm looking for. So I have a good one there, Landrast. Okay, now we got a little bit of our lighter green in there. Now I'm also gonna turn things around over here. Let's see if we can get some of the really light stuff on a few places here. Nope, I guess I gotta thin that down some more. But again, not too much. Once again, with the stippling brush strokes too. Little something lighter there, end of the nose. This here. Let me. You don't want to go too light with this here. Let me get my reference back up here again. Right there under center portion of the eyes. Maybe a little something here on the upper lip there, and now up here too. You know what? I think we might even lighten this up a little bit too. Also here. Come on. Mix that together. I mean, any brush can be a blending brush, of course. A little bit light around that on the nostril there. Same on this side. No, that would be too light there. Let me go back. Let's go back to this. Make this all important little teensy bit of a highlight there. Back now to some of this latest light. Some parts of the hair, maybe. Like there, kind of see how they start bringing some of those out again. This is FDM printed, so we're gonna give a little bit of a hand here with some of the texture. Also here, yeah, like that. All the way up here on the top of the hair. Ah, now we're getting there. I mean, this is literally the highest point on the figures, so don't feel too bad about maybe some of the lighter highlights being, well, up there instead of, say, down there. Working there. This still should catch a decent amount of light, so putting some light on those things, don't feel too bad about doing that. As light as even this stuff is, it is not straight up white. There is still some color to this. Maybe not a lot, but there is still some. Now, I'm going to try to go even darker back in here. Let me grab some of this brown. I'll mix it with some of our green. Maybe a little bit of the magenta there. Aha, there we are. A little bit of thinner, and we're just, again, it's not like for a glaze type of thing. That is just going to help it flow a little bit better. Because remember, with the oils, glazing it doesn't work the way it does with the acrylics at all. And remember, with the oils, because they are so, some of them can be so translucent, like say Indian yellow, you could quite literally just dry brush that color on there, and it would look, it would have all the appearance of something like a glaze, even though it was dry brushed on there and there was pretty much no thinner or liquid of any kind on there. Back to, okay, let's get that green off of the brush before we use it for a blending brush in that area. I think this is pretty much as light as we would want to go in this area here. I'm just doing a little bit of clean up stuff in here. Just a touch of cleanup there. I'm gonna retreat all the way to that. That is going to go in here again. A little bit of the little stippling with the brush there. A little touch of our light here on the tendons there. Maybe a smidge more. Fine, I'll lighten up that a little more there. And then once again, using the stippling action over here. Now I think I'm going to try to steal a little more light here. So hopefully that's not too much. Again, kind of a stippling action, and then we'll follow that up with a blending brush here of some kind. Spread that around. Let's do a little more. Little bit more there. Also this. Yeah, that's okay. Now over here on the, how much reflected light do we really want? And I'm gonna try this much here. Let's see what happens with this. Let's do that. Really, really, really light. Touch on the brush. Look at this. That's where my hand is on this brush. It's closer to the end of it than it is here. None of this here. First of all, well, miniatures and busts get painted faster when the brush makes contact with the surface. I know that's kind of that's a really strong take for something like that, but yeah, I think you might want to actually have the brush touch the surface. A little bit easier to do that if you don't have a death grip on the brush. Hashtag crush the brush, don't crush the brush. Nah, that's not going to have enough of our warmer tone. Let's carry that further down here now again. Same on the other side here. A little bit lighter there. Kind of chipping away at that shadow area just a bit. And as I do this little bit of stippling brushstroke, it's mixing with that. You can see there's a darker paint now on the edge of the brush, which means I guess I have to go back and we have to refresh then if we want to keep doing that. Keep working that here. And here. I guess I'll expand this further this way here also too. That's a little bit dark right over there. That part of the chin here, we're just gonna try and sneak in a little bit more light there. Touch more light back there. Kihasu, how you doing? So Kihasu, there's a couple of different things. We were just talking about the timing of things, and that's where it's essential to maybe give the paint even as little as 10 minutes to just kind of set. It's not going to dry in 10 minutes, right? But usually that's what we always say, like, don't be a hasty little hobbit. That's because maybe folks going back in a little bit too soon. So you can see I only do so much on the skin, then I kind of do stuff on the lettuce over here. Then we'll not mess around with that. We'll do stuff on the hair. So you want to make sure you give that enough time. And even with your kind of plop and push blending type of thing, sometimes it's best to give it time. Again, don't be a hasty little hobbit. Also, we were just talking about the grip on the brush. That's another thing too, because generally folks kind of tended. Well, I don't know. I've seen this as a grip on the brush. I'm not kidding. I've seen that as a grip on the brush. That might be just a little bit excessive. A lighter grip on the brush is really helpful. I mean, not just for oils, but for acrylics too. I mean, if anything else, after a paint session, you won't feel quite so exhausted because you weren't trying to snap the brush in half with your hand. So you'll be a little bit less tired, which is, well, a good thing. Also, too, the paint consistency. We're just talking about that, right? The thick over thin and vice versa. If you just put a whole, like a very glazy thing down or something very thin down, well, you're going to want to, doesn't necessarily have to be straight out of the tube thick, but it should be significantly less liquid than what just went on there. And that is something that takes a little bit of time, a little bit of practice, a little bit of experience, just kind of getting used to, again, the different colors, because opaque colors act one way, translucent colors will act another way. And by translucent, I mean basically any paint pretty much that doesn't have weight in it. And colors like we were just talking about, colors like red, Kihasu, that those can, that you need to almost give those a little bit even more time to do that thing that we call set, because they're just notorious for that. They're just kind of, well, they're slower drying colors, which means, guess what? They're going to be slower setting colors as well. So really key to give them that little extra time, and then sometimes, again, it's 10-ish, 15-ish minutes, maybe more, and that can make a big old difference. Think of it like, say, well, again, we use that analogy of, say, green stuff, where it kind of reaches that point where it's rubbery. You can't really sculpt with it anymore, but it's also not, if you touch it, you're going to destroy what you just sculpted, and that's where the green stuff has begun that final kind of setting process. Of course, since this is a cuisine channel, we also use the analogy of, just make a bread dough and just shove it in the oven. You kind of let that rise or whatever it's got to let it prove. Then it goes into the oven. You're doing your pottery. You're probably not going to take a pot that you just made with all kinds of moisture in that clay and put that in a kiln. Again, if you're lucky, it just cracks. If you're not so lucky, it will just explode in the kiln. So again, you gotta let that stuff have that time to set. Now somehow, again, now this is where some of the FDM stuff create a little bit of mischief there. So we are going to try and, again, create some hair. Now even here you can see, look at, see that dark paint on the end of the brush? That is I just took some paint off there. This is the other thing. You're going to have to refresh that brush. All of a sudden now we're able to get that much lighter color back on there again because we had to refresh that brush. That's not really something you would have to think about with acrylics because for the most part what you're going to paint over, well, that's already going to be dry. You don't need to worry about that. And if you don't have either multiple figures or if you don't have something larger like this where you can just kind of go from one area to another, well, maybe you prep some other figs. We all have plenty of minis that need prepping, or you base some figs, whatever. So there's plenty of you prime figures. There's always something to be done on the figures besides just, well, painting them. So maybe do some of those other tasks. Now the other thing there too also, so Kihasu, the other thing you can do is, you can just let it dry. Some of my, well, obviously my army painting series, right? I just finished Army Painter Series 45. Well, guess what? Everything I was painting on was already dry. It had been dry for quite some time. So Kihasu, yeah, definitely do multiple figs, or like I was just saying, maybe you have other tasks that you can work on. The other thing that can do Kihasu, and this is something we do sometimes try to talk about, is instead of you sit down to your table and you start doing some kind of really elaborate whatever, freehand, whatever it's going to be, and you're barely awake and you're trying to do all that kind of stuff. That maybe that's something where you try to do other tasks where I guess you can use the term that it's more of a menial type of a task that doesn't require a lot of coordination, a lot of brain power. Let yourself kind of get into the swing of things, and then maybe start to try and do some of your more detailed type stuff. Yeah, surface tension, that's what those one-to-one terrain scale projects are for, right? Now, I was doing a little bit on mine. Again, I just threw some water out in that garden today, and then some more defensive, some more biological weapons out there with the Irish Spring soap. Let me get that again. I can go a little bit lighter than this if I want to, however's. Gotta keep in mind that if it's straight up white, it's just going to look chalky. Blending brush again. Ah, there you go. Let's do this now. That other hobby is very intrusive, right? Surface tension. Now, Kihasu, well, as someone who's constantly asking people in the chat to send him reminder notices, I actually do have like a little, it's on the phone. It's just like, it's literally like a little notepad type thing. And I will just kind of write tasks down. And there are times where I look at that and say, holy smokes, I completely forgot about this or that thing. So you could do that as you're painting and you say, oh, okay, I'm not going to get to this or whatever. Yeah, maybe put a little note on either on your phone or maybe something right there at your painting area. Yeah, surface tension, some hobbies are more immersive than others, right? See if that. Okay, there you are. Okay, now we're getting to be pretty close to almost a straight up white there. So again, all of those. Let me see if I've got the books here that we printed out. Ah, here they are. Yeah. So those printed out really, really well, I gotta say. And again, you see it kind of slides out right there. That's when I'm gonna be putting the oils in. So a little bit of a bomb-proof protection for them there. So Kihasu, since there is a hashtag no sleep in Wapelville, uh, that does wonders for your short-term memory, as in it literally erases it. It is like the most powerful rare earth magnet in the world next to your hard drive. It just erases it. So I either have to hope that people will send me little reminder notices via Instas or whatever, or I make that list. Now there are some tasks on there that are just they're on there as a well. Eventually, it might want to do this, and there's others like you got to do this. I guess Kihasu, one of the people would say, well, just write yourself a note and stuff, and I would do that, and then I would lose the note. That's why I started doing it on the phone, and it's always, that window is always open, so I almost can't avoid it and just not see it, and that has actually been very helpful. There's been a few times where I said, yeah, let's just do that thing here. You know what, I'm going to try to get a little something lighter right there. Also here. Like that. Let's get something lighter, at least on this part of our piece of lettuce right there. I'm going to change the direction of some of these because they're kind of going off in a weird direction. Okay, now that's more the direction those should be going. Change this thing around. Now here I have to thin that down. I can see. And people they'll say, well, how do I know what's consistency and make it like the miniature's going to tell you. If the paint keeps bouncing off the miniature, then you either got to make it thicker or you got to make it thicker. One of those two things. And of course, there's some colors that you want to make them thinner, like, I don't know, Indian yellow. That is going to take a bunch more thinner than, let's say, something like a pearline black, phthalo green, Prussian blue. Those do not take a whole lot of thinner to break those down. But Terra Rosa is another one of those colors. They can take a little bit of thinner, a little bit of elbow grease to get that thin down. So now we have passed the 3-hour mark. Again, 3 hours ago, there was no paint on here at all. None whatsoever. It's the magic of the oil paints, and of course, our FDM prints, right? They love the oils because they just suck in the oil paints. They really love the oils. And of course, the oil paints, the other thing that they do, because they are thinner than acrylics, you're able to fill in those layer lines. And that's why people just cannot believe that these things, they're FDM prints. Now, again, it's on a bamboo carbon X1 with the 0.08 layer height, but I'm still not using the zero point 0.2 nozzle yet. Now I really can't wait to use that and then really, really, really have people go, wait, what? Nice to see you there, Pascal. Of course, Pascal, why don't you share stuff in the chat? Everybody, please give Pascal Cruz a follow. So, Pascal, oh, let's do this. Let's do a little, again, film noir. Where'd my other one go? Here it is. Now, of course, this is a resin print here. Now, we're going to hold these side by side. Now, again, one of them is going to have a little bit of shiny on it because we're actively painting it right now. But let's do a little film noir here, especially now that we've got a bunch of values. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And also, please give a follow to Pascal because Pascal also paints some fantastic miniatures. So there you go again. Obviously, we've got some of the the spots there, and maybe this one's a little bit darker than this one. Otherwise, it pretty much just looks the same. Now let's see if we can do our little film noir trick, and there you go. They look just a little bit different, don't they? Just a teensy bit different. And that's again a fun thing that you could do with just with your phone camera. Every phone has some kind of little camera app on it that'll let you do something like that, change some things like your get rid of all of the color there. So yeah, Pascal, the as we call it, film noir, it never gets old, right? It never gets old. I mean, even here, okay, let's just look at this by itself. So we've got, you can see kind of a magenta color there. You can see the greenish color there. If we do our film noir, that pretty much just becomes, I mean, it's like there's no shading there because it's not a value thing. It is a color thing. Let's bring back said color, see what happens. Well, there you go. Again, you got a little bit, almost like a magenta type color there. You got your slightly greenish gray down over there. Pascal, it makes such a huge difference, right? It really makes a big difference. So Pascal, well, let's see. I wasn't sure if you're going to be doing some streams this weekend at all. So yeah, and of course, even here with something like these, right? You do that film noir, all of a sudden there is no difference between the skin tone and between the teal. It's all just the same. Here, let me thin this down a little bit. That's been sitting there for a while, so we're going to thin that down. Again, we're using the alkyds here. Breaking it down. So again, this has been sitting here for a while. You can always just here, got your little dropper bottle thinner. You can always just throw some drops of thinner out there too. Sorry about that, Pascal. Now, is it? Do you think it's kind of like a little bit of a tendon type of a thing, or do you think it's more of a rotator cuff type of a thing? Maybe a little bit of a tear or something there. There are a whole bunch of different exercises that you can do for the shoulders. And I've had to do that a bunch here because the streaming area when I try to do stuff like the different graphic things. That kind of leads to some awkward stretching and stuff. And too much of that can definitely be mischievous. So have a great day in Welshlandia there, Surface Tension. As always, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Pascal, well, of course, I always advocate the anodyne machines or anodyne devices. They can really do wonders with nerves. Obviously, a neuropathy, there's a big thing to use when counteracting neuropathy stuff. But oh gosh, it wasn't paint water. It was Sleepy Slang was able to use that on his shoulder. That was driving him absolutely nuts. I mean, he couldn't paint. Now the thing is, you will have to do that basically kind of every day. Not for hours. You'd basically like 20 minutes at a time. Yeah, something right there. We go. Now I've been wanting to get one of those for myself. I got one for my sister. Of course, being on guard with the neuropathy because of chemo. And again, slang he got not for that or for whatever he got it again because of shoulder type of thing, and that really did do wonders. Now here again, just getting a little bit of that, couple little lighter hits there on that here, bring that stuff out. So essentially, it's kind of an infrared type of device. It's got some infrared LEDs on there, and the whole idea is it just relaxes the nerves. It's like a heating pad for your nerves, and it tends to calm down nerve endings. And now you do want to make sure you get one of the higher quality devices, and the higher quality devices also have a timer on them. Generally, they usually are on for about 20 minutes, maybe 25 on the high side. You don't want to be cooked like a burger at a fast food joint. Yep, I gotta do it. Nah, that'll be too late. Let me back off here, get some again of our brown working. Still too late. Still too late. I'm gonna grab me some of the Van Dyke brown in there. Ooh, better thin that down too. Now we're starting to get there. Not too much. Not too much. Oh, best of luck with all that, Pascal. That's definitely it's no fun having to deal with that. So again, this is an FDM printed bust, and it really is not going to look any different than the resin printed version. And again, that's still with the uh, 0.4 nozzle. I really am curious to see what this would look like with the 0.2. So yeah, this is one of those, because you can see this is the original resin file. You can see it's just this tiny little plinth for it here. So it is, I took a Nerixon plinth, shoved this down in the slicer and then printed this out. And again, that's an FDM print versus a resin one there. So I only did a little bit of sanding here and here because there was some tree supports that were hitting it there. I think the underside of the chin, a little tree support there, and I mean the eyelashes don't really have to worry about those. They're pretty significant and rough as they are anyways. And then the other thing I did was I took, in some areas like the shoulders here and the skin, I did take a little bit of the modeling paste, aka marble dust, mixed with probably, something like a gesso, and put a little light coating of that on there. So minimal amounts of sanding. I mean, again, a little sanding on the shoulder, easy to reach parts. I mean, the parts I was really more trying to get were the parts that either had support sticking into them or get areas where FDM prints might have a rougher time. I mean, even resin prints have a rough time at some of the same places. Get some of my lights in here. So we've done tons and tons of the FDM. I think this is one of the very first FDM prints that we did was that one. And then, of course, we did a whole series of them here. Again, it's another Nerixon plant. Actually, the file was Nerixon. We painted this one up on stream. There's, this one over here. Right there again, that's another FDM print there. Hopefully something new opens up there for you, Kihasu. Little something here with our lights. Thanks, Pascal. It really makes a difference because, I had to print out 6 of these. And also, too, this is way less fragile than something that's resin printed. So I needed to make 6 or have 6 of them ready. I also needed to again be able to transport these without too much breaking off of them. And as far as the cost goes, because this otherwise would be a solid resin print, even at this size, it would take up a whole jar of resin just to print out those 6. Something like this, 6 of these, it only puts a mild dent in the spool. That's about it. And of course, the other benefit is that, you can just take a look at it. If you say, that part's not printing out quite right, I'll just kill the print. Okay, you lost maybe 10 cents worth of filament versus a resin print, which you're just stuck letting the whole thing go, and you hope that it comes out okay. Because there's no way to check it. Because even if you could just shine a light in there, which is something I don't do, it's covered in a forest of supports. You can't even see a failure most of the time until it's too late and you're taking it off of the supports. And then you go, oh, yeah, well, that didn't work. So with these, all I gotta do is just look in the printer and go, looks like it's printing fine, or, okay, fine, I'll just stop it there. Try again. Now, I do suggest there's certain things that are not going to print well on an FDM printer, so something that has a lot of little things sticking off of it, probably not the best choice. Even this one here, again, that's why I put this big plinth on there, because it's way easier for it to print this than it is that tiny little skinny thing and then build out from there. That is not going to be ideal for FDM. Sugiyasu, and that's the other thing too, right? It's like you just take it out of the microwave and eat it. There is no there's no gloves, there's no respirators, there's no, like you say. Now of course, was that Sail C? That is really nifty. That detergent. It's a resin cleaner, and it does not have any kind of weird smell to it. It's almost kind of like using some sort of a soap almost. It works way better than any of the alcohol stuff. It's not the cheapest stuff in the world, but again, it is from concentrate, so you're not using it 100%. Get work this in here. Now, for folks that do want to do the resin type stuff, you can also get things like a grow tent or something like that, and that is a way to contain any sort of fumes or something like that. You can have an air purifier in around there too. I mean, grow tents, that's what some folks use where they're in colder climates and the printer itself is not in the house or whatever. Okay, I think we're definitely starting to get here. Maybe a little bit more of our, and this is still not white. It's a really light green, but it is not white. So it is now 3.5 hours that we've been working on this. And of course, if you do want to see this again, maybe see how it started out or whatever, it's going to end up on, again, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There's no ads on here. There never will be. It's just replacing what I used to have on Twitch, which I don't have anymore, which is the ability to do the highlights. Oh, that's right. I could have used the grow tent. I can use the grow tent for the seedlings for the tomatoes and peppers. That's right. I've never actually got one of those things. It was supposed to be for the printers, and have never actually used it. I think it's sitting out in the garage. But that's what I got it for. It was supposed to be for the printers, and then it turns out it just never needed that, because I was able to move the printers to a much warmer part of the house where there literally is a heat vent right over the top of the darn thing. Actually, the colder it is, the warmer it is in the printing area. Well, that's going to be way too late, that brown. Let's back off of that. Let's do maybe something like this here. Let's see what this is looking like. Okay, yeah, just a little suggestion of something lighter there. Not a bunch. We got our greens over in here. Yep, right there. Ah, that's what I was thinking of doing, was our little, I'll highlight that. Break this down some more. Again, there can't be too much. I think that's about it. Ah, there we go. We got that one. Let me get this one too over here. Alright, there we are. Let's not get too crazy with the later stuff here. It is, I mean, it's not too much in the shadow of this or of the face itself. Still getting some of our greens on the, again, lightest greens on the ends of some of our leafy bits here. Some leafy bits like there. Again, not too much of it. We don't want it to turn all chalky. We want some actual green there still. Let me see if I can. Yeah, let me get a little bit more of this. So we're going to take some of our, little bit of our Naples yellow and some of the Windsor red. Again, this is a little bit of a kind of a stippling type of a brushstroke here. This is where we can start doing maybe a little bit of a smoothing here, a little bit of brushstroke management, as we like to call it. It is after hour 3, after all, and that's usually when we start to ponder things like brushstroke management. Essentially, what you're trying to do is go after areas where maybe there's just a little bit more paint than what you really want. Now, again, these are that little bit of fatty tissue there at the corners of the mouth. Certain expressions, you really are seeing that. You gotta get that little bit of light there. It's not only just darks in the corners of the mouth. That is something that folks usually don't end up including, and it's kind of something you probably do want to end up including. Let me try to here work in a little touch more reflected light here on the nose, the nostrils here. Because believe it or not, there is a reflection on the, especially maybe not on a miniature, but on something of this size, you definitely want to have that little bit of reflection there. So Kihasu, there's a variety of ways you can, again, take something, again, like just a little very soft kind of a craft brush type of a thing, and you just sort of do a little gentle tapping, and what that will do usually is just kind of remove excess paint. It's not necessarily blending the colors together. They're not dry, of course, but remember earlier we were talking about that whole thing. We want to let the colors have a chance to set. So we're just waiting for that magical time where the colors have had that chance to set. And again, every paint is going to be different. It's going to depend, how much paint did you put on there in the first place. And of course, when people are new to the oils, generally more paint gets on there than is needed. Eventually you just kind of start to learn, okay, how much do I really need on there? How much is just too much? But no matter what, you definitely want to give yourself the opportunity, the chance to kind of learn. Don't want to be too hard on yourself, of course. Or in the case of this here, just this little teensy bit of essentially kind of almost like a stippling type of a brush stroke. It's almost like you're using pen and ink or something like that, and you're just doing the little dots to shade thing. Kihasu, that I've seen so many folks, they eventually just stop painting miniatures. They love painting miniatures. It's their favorite thing. Eventually they just stop doing it because they get absolutely bored. because they find their way, and then they only ever paint that way until they've done it so many times that it's basically like just doing work, only not for money. In fact, they're paying to do that work, and then they just get bored of it and they just stop. And I've seen people that are really good at miniatures just stop painting miniatures because they just get bored doing it. And one way to not get bored is to make kind of try to keep things as new as possible. And it doesn't necessarily have to be maybe painting, it could be basing, it could be trying some different freehands. There's a lot of different ways to try and get some variety. That's where painting regular miniatures, busts, or even something small scale here like our Panaline Galactica or something like that. That's since it requires such different things as far as what you've got to do to paint certain areas, whatever. Sometimes that can be very, very helpful. You learn much more trying to tackle something very different than you do maybe the same thing over and over and over again. Yeah, and that's that same little instance there of the little bit of stippling going on. And again, the other thing that the oils are going to do with these, with the FDM stuff, is it's going to fill in layer lines. Akihasu, that would be fantastic. I really do love dioramas, Kihasu. That's one of my favorite things. I mean, I love terrain. Absolutely love doing terrain of all kinds. That is really so much fun. And then dioramas are kind of like, well, they're miniature little terrain projects. Well, actually, we like to turn our miniatures into little terrain projects as well. I mean, even something like this, it's a single miniature, but the fox and all the bunnies and all the flowers and everything, that hopefully kind of creates a little bit of a story within just a single Bretonian miniature there. But yeah, Kihasu, I'm sure that would be really sensational. Trying to catch a little bit more of the light in there. Maybe a bit more here on her neck there. Again, that's that same little bit of stippling type of a brush stroke that's happening there. You know what? Maybe a little something lighter there. Just a tiny bit. So some of this is leaning more towards the red, some of it's leaning a little bit more towards the yellow, some of it leans more towards the green. Hey there, This Mechanic Games, great to see ya. So happy Friday, This Mechanic Games. And of course, if you would like to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Here's hoping that you've been having yourself a really good week. Oh, that's why another reason why my brain is so thrown off, right? Because instead of our usual Armada Mondays, we painted up this dude right here. Yeah, that's right. It's like, why does it feel like it's a Thursday or something? Or it doesn't feel like a Thursday because we never basically had our Monday. Well, This Mechanic Games, hopefully, I mean, I think we were talking about it at the time, right? This Mechanic Games, minor is only to the people that aren't actually having it done to them. And for the person that's having done to them, it's like, well, maybe that's not quite so minor as you think. Here's hoping that that all went exactly according to plan. And you'll be able to do the bounce back thing from that super quick. Of course, this Mechanic Games, if there's something that you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, everyone, please give this Mechanic Games a follow. So I can just sneak in a little bit of something lighter there. That's great, this Mechanic Games. But you have that whole, oh yeah, it's just minor. It's like, well, yeah, that's because you're not the one that's doing it. For the one that's doing it, it's a little less minor than that. Now again, so here's a couple little areas in here. Just doing a little bit of that lighter stippling stuff, kind of filling in some of these little gaps here. Like you do. Again, nice and easy. So I wasn't sure, how long you can expect to be doing the recovery thing on that. But here's hoping that you'll be able to get back to streaming and then regular painting stuff, all the good stuff, very, very soon. Now again, let's not forget that Naples yellow that's sitting out there on the palette. Now, too much of that, it's going to be too much of a yellow. Too much of the white is going to be too chalky. Too much of the red, going to be too pinkish. That's why we kind of make sure we have a little bit of all those things out there. Also still have some of my Mars Yellow Deep as well. That's kind of a souped up ochre color. Now this is one spot over here where there's we're going to try and do a little bit of Maskirovka there on the layer lines. Again, by doing the stippling effect. And you're just visually going to break up whatever might look like a layer line. If this was resin printed, because I'm just using the old Anycubics, there might have been a little bit of rough texture there anyways, so all good. That might be too late for the underside. Let me get some of it over here first. Get some of the paint off of that brush, and then let's see what happens right over here. Underside of that chin. So maybe not too much. I'm going to do me a little bit more over here. Again, doing that little bit of the stippling type of brush stroke there. Again, we don't want to go too light on this here. And of course, those going to Gen Con, please check out Armored Wolf's booth in the Gen Con vendor hall. I think it is 2707 is the table number, or the booth number, sorry. So everybody check out Armored Wolf at Gen Con. That's coming up soon enough. Holy smokes, that's scary. Okay, okay, that's fine. It's Mechanic Games. But just glad that it kind of worked out. Again, ideally, never having to do that in the first place, but glad that it hopefully is going to be doing what it was supposed to do without a tremendous amount of hassle. Let's see if I can't sneak in a little bit more of this lighter stuff right down in there. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So everybody, please check out that link that this Mechanic Games just posted. please give this Mechanic Games a follow. That'd be great. I don't think I want to make this too much. No, that would be too late. That would be too late. Let me retreat to this. No, I guess I can go a little smidge lighter than that. Just like so, I think. Let me take some of my darker. Okay, there we are. Come on, a little bit of this. We haven't really separated some of the here down here the way we have in some of the other spots. Down here, again, we're going to separate some of the, here's this thing over here. Right now, let me do this. So actually, I'll be making an Instagram post myself after the stream because we finished our latest army painting series. The first Trench Crusade army painting series is now in the books, all done. That was the last episode, all about the blood effects there. Didn't use the Pearline Crimson there. Was able to find a little mix of the Van Dyke Brown from Williamsburg, mixing that with the Alizarin Crimson. And that was able to make something, again, with mixing it with the Alkyd medium there. It did very much create something that looked a lot like blood effects. Handy thing about that is that since it's done with the oils, it means that I can paint the blood effects on there while, well, the paint is wet that's underneath it. Otherwise, that wouldn't be you wouldn't be able to do the acrylic stuff over the top of that. This one batch of the here there, that should be also a bit lighter. This over here, a little touch of something here. Hey there, Michael. Speaking of sharing things, how about Michael? You share your Instagram post there. So wait to see you there, Michael. Come on, let me work in more of this here. There we are. Touch more overlaid up in there. And a little bit of a mid-tone. Mid-tone kind of means what it says. It's sort of that zone halfway between light and dark. You got to see a value scale of 1 to 10. 1 to 3, going to be your highlight colors. 8, 9, 10, going to be your shadows. So 4 through 7. That is going to be your mid-tone area. Nice to see you there, Tattoo Zoologist. Happy Friday. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Artem Michael just shared. And you know, I'm gonna give me a little bit of something in there. Yeah, just a little bit lighter with the hair. This is again very much a mid-tone. I'm looking at it's probably a value 5. I mean there's dark middle tones and light middle tones. This is pretty much right down the middle tone. Bit of fuzz on the end of that brush. Let me get rid of that. Touch of it up in there. That's as much as they separate it from the green a little bit as it is to lighten that. So again, everybody check out that link that Artem Michael just shared there. Come on, a little bit more. Here we go. So this right here, and I'm going to try to extend that. Now that's more of either a light middle tone or a darker highlight there. That was somewhere in that value 3, value 4 range. Let's hit that a little bit later there too. Fine, a little bit of something on that. Let me see, 3 hours, 53 minutes ago. This here was just primer. That's all it was. It was the darker brown primer. It was the ebony flesh primer. Now I'm going to have to thin that down. It's again, some of the, especially with the alkyds, it's going to get sort of that gummier type of texture on your palette way sooner than regular oil paints. A whole lot sooner. Touch more of our light right there. So again, programming note, we won't be doing the Friday, Saturday streams because it's going to be in Peoria at the Adepticon meeting. So don't be afraid or surprised or whatever that there are no streams on those days. Nothing is amiss or anything like that. I just won't be around to do those. Now let me see if I can super quick. Here, let me grab this. I need to get rid of some of the mischief over there. We'll just do that super quick here. With maybe this guy here again. Let me see what happens. Yeah, we'll just use this guy. This is our not blackest black. I do have the Darth, what's it called? Darth Max or whatever it is. The not blackest black from Green Stuff World. So see, cleaning that little bit up. Now I can see what that's going to look like minus all the green and stuff there. Let's just get rid of some of that. This is from golden acrylics, right? It has a little bit more shine to it than the blackest black, so it's pretty dark, but it still has a little bit of reflectivity again compared to say what you're going to get from Stuart Simple. However, this is way more rugged. This is way more rugged. Let me just feather that out a little here. Okay. And I think we are good to roll there. We'll need a little bit of, here we are, let me just try to clean this out somewhat here. Alright, he's nice. Let's continue on maybe with some of our, right over here. That's a little rough there and also up there. So let's see what we have. Is this too light? No, I don't think so. Again, just trying to do a little bit of feathering of that edge there. We'll do that here too. Now some of that is a bit of wet blending, right? Because all that paint is wet there. Now if this, and we've done, this bust and such with the regular oils, not so much the alkyds like this. We've had to be aware of the timing. Going in and doing some work like this. Don't want to be hasty. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. So again, everybody please check out that link that Kihasu just posted. Again, Kihasu, that learning process, it really is important for the enjoyment. I know there's frustration, believe me, because all the AI videos and music and everything that I'm trying to do, it is very, very frustrating because there's just so many times where it's like, well, wait a minute. That should have worked. There is literally no reason it shouldn't have. But again, it's a whole different way of thinking. It's a whole different way of operating. And think of that as that's the kind of the difference from oils, acrylics to oils is they are very different types of paint. The oil paints, so they go on the surface very easily. Your light colors, they're going to cover because they are very much opaque. That is not how acrylics work. With acrylics, your darker colors tend to be more on the opaque side. With oils, your darker colors tend to be a little bit more on the translucent side. That's why we advocate doing the color charts, doing basically the value study where it's just a literally potentially black and white miniature or a dark blue and white, whatever. But there's a lot of an awful lot of value in doing something like that, little value study. So now we're really starting to get, I think, some of the lightest lights on that shoulder now. It's not quite where I wanted that to end up. What about a little something up here? Yeah. So again, all of this in 4 hours. There was no zenithal on this. There was no acrylics. There was nothing on there. There was just dark brown primer. And that is it. Let's see, right up there, yeah. A little extra light right there. So well, now the Armored Wolf is going to be coming this way in pretty much, well, less, more like 9 hours or so. I do think we'll head on over to maybe a Spoon Handle. I think we'll head over Spoon Handle's way. So we want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. Thanks so much. And again, hopefully we'll be doing our Monday stream like usual. Again, there's just going to be a little bit of a brief pause in the streams because I won't be around here. Oh, no problem there, Erid. Thank you so much, Kihasu, for being here. And best of luck with, again, all the learning process. So here we go. We're going to get our raid countdown underway here. Let's do that. It takes a little while here. So I got to remember to actually pack this thing because, well, we kind of need this for the demo that's either going to happen tomorrow or Sunday. So thanks again, everybody. And I'll see you on Monday.